观众朋友们，2016年道达尔汤姆斯杯及德国杯赛，欢迎您的到来。现在距离比赛正式开始还有10分钟。汤尤收官，并蒂昆山，大战一触即发，精彩不容错过。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the BWF Events and Europa Finals 2016. The competition will begin in 10 minutes.
观众朋友们，扫描屏幕上的2维码或通过搜索“赛事进行时”账号，关注我们的微信平台后，打开现场互动菜单，进入嗨现场，就可以发表图文心情上墙，刷大屏幕朋友圈。您再点击左下角的互动，就可以参加“他有对对碰”、“摇一摇你手速”、“微信摇大奖”等惊喜互动。当好东道主，有你更精彩。观众朋友们，为了更好的欣赏比赛，我们提醒您注意以下观赛礼仪：请您持票入场，对号入座。在羽毛球比赛过程中，由于双方运动员的精神高度集中，所以请您协助我们共同保持赛场安静。运动员到球时，请不要呐喊加油，并且关闭您的手机，或者将手机调整到震动状态。另外，在比赛进行中，请不要使用闪光灯拍照，以免干扰双方运动员。在观赛过程中，请保管好您的私人物品，无人照看物品将被视为安全隐患。2016年道达尔汤姆斯杯及尤国杯赛组委会深刻感谢您对赛事的支持。
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to better enjoy the competition, flash is not allowed during the game. Please turn off your cell phone or switch it to silent mode. Please behave yourself in the venue. Please take care of your personal belongings. Thank you for your cooperation. 汤尤收官，32个豪强巅峰对决，并蒂昆山，女坛顶级荣誉闪耀江南。2016年道达尔汤姆斯杯及尤国杯赛于5月15日至22日在昆山体育中心体育馆精彩呈现。8个比赛日里，羽球大战异彩纷呈。5月15日小组赛开台，19日、20日分别是4分之一决赛、半决赛。21日和22日，特别是尤杯和汤杯的最终角逐，精彩交锋，值得期待。汤姆斯杯赛是世界羽毛球男子团体赛的最高荣誉杯赛，创办于1948年，每2年一届。赛事奖杯汤姆斯杯由英国著名羽毛球运动员乔治·汤姆斯捐赠。在过去的28届汤姆斯杯赛中，共有4支队伍曾获得冠军，其中印尼队13次，中国队9次，马来西亚队5次，日本队1次。
3次获得冠军，日本队有5次，印尼队和美国队各3次，韩国队1次。2016年奥达尔汤姆斯杯级国际杯赛由世界羽联主权，中国羽毛球协会、江苏省体育局、昆山市人民政府主办，昆山市体育局、昆山市体育中心发展有限公司承办。国际能源品牌奥达尔给予本届杯赛大力支持。本届赛事我国昆山是汤姆斯杯和牛头杯由12支队伍构筑到16支后的首次比赛，并将羽毛球的激情和欢乐带给这座城市。
Hello and a very warm welcome to Kunshan, a city located in the greater Suzhou region in southeastern Jiangsu province. We're at the Kunshan Sports Centre for session 3 on day 2 of competition at the 2016 Total BWF Thomas and Houwei Cup finals, the men's and women's world team championships. 16 nations from across the globe in both the Thomas Cup and the Houwei Cup, and as you can see, those 16 teams are divided into 4 groups of 4. Everybody plays everybody else within the group, and then the top 2 teams qualify for the knockout stage at quarterfinals Thursday, as you saw just a moment ago, and of course semi-finals on Friday and the Houwei Cup final on Saturday, with the Thomas Cup final on Sunday. Well, this is the Thomas Cup, and we're going to be concentrating this evening on a Group A encounter. We've already had 2 sessions today. Denmark started their campaign in great form, winning 5-love, as you can see, against South Africa. We've had an absolute thriller, finishing almost just half an hour ago, with Indonesia coming back from 1-2 down against Hong Kong in their Group C encounter. Hannah Ramadini for Indonesia saved the day at 3rd singles. So we, of course, will be concentrating this evening on the men's competition, the Thomas Cup, the Group A encounter between China, the 9 times former winners, up against France, who 2 years ago when making their debut, reached the quarter-final stage. Well, Liu Chen played yesterday. He's not available today, but when you look at the names in the Chinese team, it's really a who's who of men's badminton at the moment, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary. As far as France is concerned, well, perhaps not all household names, but my goodness me, France are a nation improving quickly in badminton terms. And I wonder, and I'll get the opinion of Steen Petersen a little later on, because Peter Gaetan, the former world #1, is now working with the French team, and we'll discuss that later on. Now, as far as the specifics are concerned in the lineup, well, China have put out their strongest singles team possible. Now, when you look at the first 3 matches, as far as China is concerned, the 4 players involved, between them, those 4 players have a staggering 14 World Championship gold medals. So, of course, France is up against it. But perhaps what is surprising is that France have mixed up their established men's doubles pairing, perhaps trying to throw something new into the mix to perhaps unsettle the might of China in Thomas Cup terms. So, as far as this group is concerned, well, China have already played 1 match. That was against Mexico yesterday. They didn't drop a match in that tie. And France played against the defending champions. What a tough draw this is. The former champions, China, and the defending champions, Japan, in the same group. Well, France against Japan, they didn't win a match within the tie either. So, as I was saying, France are up against it, but I'm quite certain that they will fight all the way. So for China, led out by the 2-time world champion Chen, and for France, Thomas Rouxel. I'm Jill Clark, delighted to say that sitting alongside me is Steen Petersen, former head coach of the Danish team. And of course, Steen, I gave that statistic, 14 world titles between the first 4 Chinese players on the list. Yeah, that's pretty
impressive.
And 4 Olympic gold medals as well. So I think France are up against it, but they are, as I say, a team that's improving quickly.
Yeah, and they are a very broad team. They have a number of players, and we'll see later on in the men's doubles draw, the younger players getting valuable experience against the favorites.
Well, it's always exciting and a thrill to watch the world's best badminton players. And for the French players, well, this will be an experience that I'm quite certain they will treasure for the rest of their days. Playing against a world champion, some Olympic champions coming up as well in this lineup. It's not every day you get the opportunity to play those sort of players, especially on those players' home turf. Well, for Chen Long, as I say, the 27-year-old from Houwei province, he is the world #1. He's 2-time world champion. And at the last Olympic Games, he was a bronze medalist as well. But of course, as world #1s, he's probably the favourite for Rio coming up later this year. Now, as far as he is concerned, well, he did play against Mexico, won pretty convincingly as well. Thomas Rouxel, the 24-year-old, will turn 25 in exactly 10 days' time. From Rennes in East Brittany, in the northwestern part of France. And for him, well, he has been as high as 46, as you can see in the world ranking, but he's 69 at the moment. Already won a title this year has Thomas Rouxel, and that was at the Polish International Challenger event. Well, players asked to get ready to play very quickly indeed. Let me tell you that Thomas Rouxel, well, he played against Japan at first men's singles. He lost to the left-handed Sho Sasaki in 3 games. It was 23-21 in the deciding game. In fact, he had 2 match point opportunities at 2019 and 21-20. So there is the Chinese coaching bench. And for France, there's the man we've been talking about on the left as we look at them is Peter Gaetan.
Right, China, represented by Chen.
Henrik Boas of Denmark, our umpire for
France,
this.
represented by Thomas Rouxel. France to serve. Labar, play.
As you saw, Wayana of Indonesia is our service judge. This is the first meeting between these 2 players. Now, Steen, I know that you were in exactly the same situation as me. We weren't able to watch France's match in Group A yesterday when they lost to Japan 5-love. But my goodness, this young man we're looking at the moment, he must have played well to go the full distance and in fact have 2 match point opportunities, which he didn't convert against Shozaki.
Yeah, what if he had? What would have happened then that could have shaken the Japanese team and sort of injected confidence into the French team? They made a big surprise 2 years ago when reaching the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
2 love.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Germany, represented by Fabian Gepre. And on my left,
Nice lovely shot. Yes, he does have this uncanny ability to be able to see angles and place the shot, really extending opponents. Chen Long. Yeah, there it is again. This time, Rouxel equal to it. Yeah, well played. Steen, I said when I was introducing the French team that, of course, they're now getting guidance and help from former world #1 Peter Gaetan, and I'm just wondering what your take on how a former player of that sort of stature can bring confidence to players that are working under him.
Yeah, of course, he's got a number of suggestions for each player, and when you have a player that's been playing on such a high level as Peter has, you're more likely to accept it, to accept the suggestions that you get without sort of questioning it.
Yeah.
Because he's been there himself, and of course that will count mostly for the men's singles players. But we must remember that Peter Gaetan won a World Championship title in men's doubles as junior.
Yeah.
So he knows something about men's doubles as well. Of course he does that. The main thing is that you try it out first and then ask questions afterwards. And with some of the coaches, you ask questions first before you're willing to try something new.
Yes, I think rally again, isn't it?
Yeah, I think one of the situations where he's been able to sort of improve the French team without knowing it, but I would just suggest that it's like that is the feeding in practice, because it's so important that you have quality feeders in practice. And when Peter was practicing in Denmark, he was the best feeder. He was the one who had the best understanding on how the feeding should be done, helping his teammates and so on. And that really is necessary, that you get a feeling for how should I help my teammates when we practice.
Yeah.
And that's an area where a lot of the countries in Europe are falling behind the Asians, in my opinion.
It's fascinating because, you know, I don't know whether I've read something into what you've just said, Stephen, but I mean, the thing is that yes, Peter Gaetan was a former great player.
Yeah.
There's no question of that. You can't argue with that fact. But not all great players make great coaches.
No.
And I know you played badminton, but not to the very highest level. And I'm
Thanks for mentioning it.
and I'm thinking of, I immediately thought of ex-tennis players that go into coaching, and you see that an awful lot in tennis. But in something like football, you have an awful lot of coaches and managers that never really played the international game to the level of some of their players. Now, I don't know whether that just automatically makes a player think, oh, well, Peter Gaetan's been there, he must be right, sort of thing. And that's not necessarily true.
No, it's not necessarily true. But that's what you take on as the first sort of
It's what you
attitude.
perceive.
Yeah, you perceive that he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
And that's not always true for coaches who hasn't really earned their reputation on the court.
So it's tougher for somebody that hasn't been a Peter Gaetan world #1 to gain the respect of the players immediately.
Yes, I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it is.
That's good retrieving. Oh, amount of work. Deep backhand. He had been pushed to the deep backhand side, and Rouxel then brought forward to the forehand net, pushed deep. There we are, look at this.
Yeah.
Push him diagonal again. That's good length for Alan, isn't it? And I think that's one of the things with Chen Long, isn't it? He works his opponent so hard.
Normally very, very solid and precise in his shots.
5-7.
So that was like a real normal rally for him.
Yeah.
29 shots.
Oh yes, that's lovely. Straight down the line. Well, I have to say, I haven't seen Rouxel playing for about a year, and I think he's improved considerably. He looks a better mover.
Yeah, and I think mainly he's a bit more efficient. I don't think he has the biggest technical repertoire, but it's much more efficient, and he really he's hard to beat.
Yeah,
It's always good to be hard to beat.
yeah. 2 titles in the last 12 months for
观
this
众朋
man.
友们，在观赛时会禁止使用闪光灯。Ladies and gentlemen, flash is not allowed during the game. Thank you.
And that's more titles this year than his opponent. I know it's been different levels of tournaments. Oh, he's missed it! He's missed it! Would you believe it?
5-7.
Well, I don't think I've seen for ages Chen Long miss a golden opportunity like that.
I don't know if he was puzzled by Thomas Rouxel clearly choosing the other side and saying, what's going on over there?
Yeah.
Or there is a little bit of a drift, and Chen Long plays with this.
Lindan
And his wife.
and his wife sitting on his right, our left.
13.
Yeah, we're going to see him play his first match in this tournament
That's
later
right,
today.
yeah.
Five, 7. Game's over.
Nice idea.
8-5.
And ideas aren't enough. You need the execution as well.
Serves over. 6-8.
Well, another error from the two-time world champion. Last year, of course, almost seemed unbeatable at one stage. 8 finals, winning 7 of them. Chen Long, this year, 3 finals, won none of them. Can you read anything into that?
No, not really. I was checking whether he's playing, because now the Olympic qualification period is over, and the next 2 tournaments coming up, the Indonesia Premier and Australia Super Series, and of course he must participate in Indonesia, and he will do that. But I was just curious whether he was also entered into Australian Super Series, and he is, and that's a little bit surprising to me, because we know that Chinese players, they like to have long preparation periods, and I don't think we've seen Chen Long being at his best in this qualification period, actually.
No.
Yeah, of course, winning the World Championship title in Indonesia, but that's the last time we've really seen him at his best. So
Yeah.
I had in my mind that he was sort of focusing on this Thomas Cup. There's no doubt that this is really, really important for China.
Yeah.
They are not the defending champions.
Yeah.
They are on home soil. They want to win this championship. They've got the world champion and the Olympic champion on their team. They must win it. So this is one of their target tournaments.
Yes, definitely.
And the other target tournament is the Olympics.
Yeah. Well, he's done enough in these early stages as Chen Long. He's got a comfortable lead, 5-point advantage here at the mid-game interval. So the man on the left as we look at them, Zhang, 2003 world champion, 2000 Olympic bronze medalist. And you know the other coach, I think.
Yeah, that's the overall responsible for the singles department in China. That's Zhang. Not to be confused with Yongbo.
Yeah.
But his name is spelled differently, at least in
11-6.
both in English and Chinese writing.
Yeah.
Very experienced coach.
Hey.
Used to
And former
coach them in singles
top
as well.
player?
I'm not sure about that. I haven't seen him
Yeah.
play while I was coaching. And I guess we've been talking a lot about Peter Gaetan, also from the French team. We should definitely not underestimate the guy sitting next to him, also a Dane, Jesper Houwei, having his first international coaching stint. And from the sources I'm hearing from, he's doing a really, really good job in France. And it can be hard to be recognized when you've got Peter Gaetan sitting next to you. But he's there on a daily basis. The agreement Peter has with France is because he's got kids back home in Denmark that are going to school in Denmark. So Peter is 1 week in Paris and 1 week home, or whatever fits. But that means that he's not on the practice on a daily basis. That's Jesper Houwei who's there.
Yeah.
And from what I hear from some of the players, they're really, really satisfied with the work that he's doing as well.
Yeah, that's great.
8-11.
Very, very good deception there.
Terrific.
12-8.
The arm and racket goes in one direction, but the grip is twisted.
Yeah.
13-8.
It's difficult, though, for Rouxel, isn't it? Because he knows that unless he hits that perfect return of serve there, he's going for the top of the tape, that it's likely to get punished, and therefore he's going for shots and trying to make them tighter than perhaps he normally would.
Yeah, exactly.
He's forcing himself into error in a way.
And that's always the difficulty, playing a player that you suspect to be better than yourself, that you tend to overdo things, and by doing that you award 3 points for the better player who might not be that much better.
So that's where I went wrong. I'm only kidding.
But that's we've seen it also with Lin Dan the last couple of years or so, that he's not getting that many free points anymore like he did when he was invincible. There's some there's still some admiration from his fellow players, but the respect is gone. He's lost too many matches.
Yeah. This is a great rally, isn't it? Look at it. Oh my goodness me, how did he play that? Fabulous, absolutely fabulous. Well, Chen Long played a drop shot across court from deep in his forehand corner. He took it so late. 53 shots. It was prior to that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But going back to your point on Lin Dan, Steve, I mean, the thing is, I thought he was actually winning matches on reputation.
Yeah.
And, you know, now I'm looking at Chen Long, and I'm sort of thinking, well, 4 years ago, he was going into the Olympics as sort of the up-and-coming Chinese player. And the reason I asked the question of you just a moment ago about whether we should read anything into, you know, 3 finals, but he hasn't won a title so far. And look at this. I mean, Rouxel is matching him in some of these rallies, absolutely matching him.
Yeah.
And I wonder whether the pressures and the difference now that he's expected, and because Lin Dan no longer has the ability to win on reputation, coming into these Thomas Cups, he's definitely leading from the front. The responsibility is on his shoulders now.
Yeah, and I mean, even though he's the world champion, there's 2 things. There's 2 occasions that sort of leave some question marks open, and that is the late. He's not gone, but I mean, it's not erased by the World Championship that Chen Long won in Indonesia. But we remember a World Championship in London where he lost to a certain Kevin Corden from Guatemala in the first round.
That's right.
And he lost 2 years ago in the semi-final against Japan. He lost the first men's singles to Kenichi Tago.
Yeah.
So those 2 matches
In the Thomas Cup.
Where China ended up losing 3-0.
Yeah.
Is there a challenge? Yeah, it's a challenge. He wanted to challenge, but it was too late.
Yeah. Oh. Who wanted to?
I think Thomas Rouxel wanted to challenge.
Right,
but,
okay. Sorry,
the
I do beg
umpire
your
told
pardon.
him that it was
Yeah.
too late.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that Chen Long has never built up that aura of invincibility.
In Thomas Cup terms, he has not been invincible. And it's something else to play the first men's singles. It's very, very difficult, or at least very, very different from playing the second singles or the third singles.
Yeah.
You know that you go in there every time, and it's your job to give the team a good start.
And whatever order, if the order is not this
You always
set,
play first.
You must play first.
Yes.
Men's singles, first men's singles, highest ranked men's singles.
Yes, exactly.
Must play first.
And we had a year in Denmark, that was 2002, where Peter Gade was injured.
Yeah.
And both Kenneth Jonassen and Anders Boesen had the opportunity to try their luck in the first men's singles, and they said, both of them said, it's totally different.
Yeah.
It's a whole other feeling.
Yeah.
Compared to playing in one of the later matches.
Yeah. That's
and
fascinating.
They weren't even. I mean, there's difference of being promoted to the first men's singles due to the injury of another player, or playing it because you actually are the best, or you're expected to be the best.
Yes.
And I also think that Yeah, maybe we should follow this.
Yeah, let's, because there's
this
game
game.
point opportunities here for the World Champion Chen Long. Well, he's raced from 11.9. 11.8 it was actually. And then 15.9. That's gone wide. Opening game. 21.9. So piling on the pressure when required. And that's always a trait of a champion, isn't it?
21-9.
Little over 20 minutes for that opening game. There is Peter Gaetan. I wonder if we can listen in.
The last stick, that's the speed we need to do. Sometimes on body, sometimes on the side. Okay, we cannot be too soft, otherwise we can move forward. A little bit more aggressive on the serve. So we not only play short, we also sometimes push. Now you know you can push in this corner, in this forehand corner, you can push now. Okay. Okay? You're doing good, Siwei. A lot of good stuff. Variation, and then take your time in between, and then you're ready for working hard on every single point. And then we can challenge, meaning you have to remember that, okay? But you need to do it fast. We will say if we can see, otherwise, if you feel for it, you do it.
I think if you tell me it's too late, the guys don't know.
So you have to be fast. Hey, a lot of good
That's
stuff,
about
okay?
the challenges. You've got to be fast. If you feel you want to challenge, go for it. Yeah, but what was interesting there, Steen, was his comments on the return of serve. He wants him to be a little more positive and a little more varied. Is that right? Did I hear correctly?
Yeah, he needs to. I think he needs to push it a little bit, not play short every time.
Yeah.
I like playing short, but you got to vary it. Otherwise, it will be too easy readable for a player of Chen Long's caliber. And this is some of the things that Peter can give to the players. He's been there. He's played Chen Long. He knows where the points are in the court, and he knows exactly that sometimes there's a little bit of a gap in his deep forehand, or the short forehand actually, in the service situation. So he's been playing a lot of these players. There's not that many new that has come up during the last 3 or 4 years that are totally on the top. Momota, perhaps, he hasn't played a whole lot of, but that's irrelevant right now.
Well, he wanted some variation on the return of serve, but I'm not sure that's what he meant.
No.
Yeah, I like the fact that
they weren't really talking about the drift, because he's now playing with the drift. That's good. That's exactly what they were talking about. You can use the stick smashes to the side, sometimes push to the body. And a lot of encouragement that even if he only got 9 points, that you can't really judge from that. You have to see whether did he play the way the game plan was set up. If he does that, you have to encourage him.
Yeah.
And then another funny thing that he said, remember you can challenge, and that wasn't on the court. That was the calls from the line judges, because he was too late challenging that one. So he's not used to play where he has the opportunity of challenging, because he never plays Super Series quarterfinals stage, not yet at least.
Oh, I like that.
That's it, yeah.
Oh, yeah. My goodness, the drift is more than I thought there. That held up a long way.
Yeah, I don't think it was just the drift. I think it must have been a misjudgment, even if there had been no drift.
Yeah. It's a great lift. Oh, it's just long.
This is Corvee in the picture.
in.
5-2.
Well, he was encroaching in on the net, was Thomas Rouxel. I wondered if he was perhaps overdoing it on that one. I don't know what you thought. Did you remember that in the middle of the rally there?
No, I didn't really notice that one. But I would have liked to see the match yesterday against Sosasaki, because I think there's some similarities between Thomas Rouxel here in the picture and Sosasaki, that they're both no-nonsense players. They really they use the repertoire that they have, and they get the most out of it.
Yeah.
That must have been a fantastic match.
Yes, over an hour on court, and I wonder if that's perhaps the legs feeling a little bit tired, a little bit heavy, but certainly no sign of it.
No, I don't suspect that.
No.
It's more the opportunity to play Chen Long on home court.
Yeah, it's a sort of opportunity you dream about, isn't it?
Good shot.
Yeah.
4-6.
Yeah, super. Just inside the line. As soon as Rouxel was taking it late at the front of the court, there's only one option. You can only play back to the net. And Chen Long was ready and waiting for it.
Yeah, the things that we were discussing just before the first game ended, I had a note on that it must be some kind of an awkward situation for Chen Long. He's got the legend breathing down his neck.
Yeah.
And the legend, of course, Lin Dan. He's still there. They're practicing together. They might end up meeting each other in the Olympic final. But they have a very, very tough competitor.
Yeah, well, it was called in, the challenge, and looking at it again, and I thought that definitely looked out. But we'll wait for Houwei to adjudicate for us. It must be close. Houwei's taking their time. Instant review system. They've got high-speed cameras looking straight down that line. And they go through it frame by frame to determine whether it was in or out. And it was out. Challenge. Very good challenge.
Challenge successful. 5-7.
Just a little piece of advice from Peter Gerrit. Remember the body smash.
Yeah, there it was.
1-6.
Good defense. Oh, yes, that's very, very well played by the French number one here in Kwanshan. Look at that effort to take it early. Yeah, he's done well. Going back on your points, Steen, I know that Chen Long, some time ago, was asked who his favourite sports person was from any sport. You can choose whoever you want, and he said Linda, which makes your theory about the burden of expectation and the pressure on Chen Long's shoulders, that he's got the legend behind him and he's got to lead his idol from the front, and you know, the pressure mounts. I mean, we all assume that these great athletes in all sports, that he must be brimming with confidence, that he's the world #1, he's the world champion, why isn't he? But there's unseen pressures that you don't understand unless you've been in this.
Unless you've been there.
Yeah.
Or been really close to someone who's been there, who's talked with them about these situations, about the insecurities, and the self-confidence is a very, very fragile thing.
Yeah.
It goes away so easily. You have to work so hard to get it back. And I think that after winning the World Championships in Indonesia, I thought Chen Long was more or less doing as he used to, but which then turned it around was his loss to Lee Chongwei in China Open. I think that, yes, I think that had a lot to say, and brought some insecurity into his mind. And hasn't beaten him since the World Championship.
Yep. And that's 4 straight wins, is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure, 3 or 4. Hong Kong and China Open at least. And then here in
the Asian Championships in Wuhan.
Yeah. What about the Olympic? No, Chen Long lost the Olympic first round.
Hong Kong the week after the China Premier Superseries at the end of last year, quarterfinal. So it is 4 in a row.
And it's also strange that you have your idol, whom you now presumably are better than, but you don't really know because he doesn't want to practice with you.
Yeah.
So he's afraid of you. So your idol doesn't want to practice with you. I mean, that's a strange psychological situation.
Well, 4-point advantage here in the second. He's obviously not terribly happy about something. He was saying
The following match is
just play it into context. When we play in between games, nothing happens. You can do it. So if we're in a bad position, that's what we do. Now, I want to see you stay tough now and stay disciplined. No matter. Okay? Here's what we do. You're doing good. But we need to show him that we
stay tough. You're doing good. I like those words of encouragement. He's got such powerful legs. That even when he's off balance. Look at that.
11, 7.
Crikey, I wouldn't play back to the net. Mind you, look at these overheads. I'm not sure where I play against Chen Long. Yes, goodness, that is wonderful.
8, 11.
It's interesting as well, the reaction of the fans here. Somebody whistled there. Yeah, as if, you know, Chen Long, what are you doing? I mean, he's still got the advantage. He's still doing enough at the moment.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's still in complete control of this match, but he's made to work for it. Wait. Tripped.
Yeah. Did his ankle go, or did he just trip? Chen Long.
12, 9.
Hopefully we'll get to see it again.
Yeah, hopefully it's just a replay, so it's not another. It's not another tripping.
No, I realised as I said that I hadn't articulated properly at all. I do apologise.
Ready? To play.
Perhaps a little over-ambitious. All right idea. Would you like to see that as a coach? Look, he's taking it late. Trying to block it across court is ambitious, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's too ambitious, and
Yeah.
just get it into play again.
Yeah.
We often see that I see that very often in practice exercises, that people want to do too much.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about Chen Long, that he often makes the correct choice. And he's so precise in his defense. There's been some gaps today, but I mean, from the first game, he knows that he's going to win this match. It's match practice in the stadium.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good rally. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well played, well played, and that was what Peter emphasized in the interval. That you can definitely play with him.
13.
Maybe addressing what you said, Jill, not to overdo things, because that's not necessary.
Yeah.
Just play the rallies. Don't focus too much on the scoreline, but then again, when you just keep half an eye on the scoreline and see that you're close, you would really love to in the beginning just take a set off Chen Long here.
Yeah.
14, 10.
13, 11.
I still can't get that situation out of my mind, that they're not practicing together, Chen Long and Lin Dan. What does that say, that your idol doesn't want to practice with you? Because the only reason that a player doesn't want to practice with you must be that he suspects that you can get more out of the practice than he does.
Possibly. I think there's more to it. I think that Lin Dan wants to work with a different coach.
Yeah, that's perhaps the...
Yeah.
With Tong Shan-hu.
Quite possibly, yeah.
If he's still active, I don't know
Yeah,
that.
no. And I'm surmising, I'm guessing.
Yeah. So
11.
staying a little bit in that thought process there. When I'm playing now, if I'm Chen Long, what is, I mean, is Lin Dan sitting on the bench hoping that I'm losing? Or what? That the team will win 4-1? I mean, there's all kinds of psychological aspects in this situation, in my opinion. It's a really, really strange one, and it could, in my opinion, it could play the Olympic title out of the hands of China.
Oh, wow, that's fascinating. That is interesting. But you see, this whole concept, the Thomas and the Uber Cup, we're fundamentally an individual sport, and yet we come together in these team competitions, and of huge status. To win the Thomas Cup or the Uber Cup is mega in our sport.
It is.
And it's always fascinating to me to see how an athlete reacts. We can relate to it when we watch perhaps the Ryder Cup. in golf.
Yeah.
And Tiger Woods was unstoppable as world #1. He was winning majors left, right, and centre, but he never managed to really perform in Ryder Cup matches.
He's got a losing score in Ryder Cup matches.
Exactly. Service fault called, struck above the waist. You look at somebody like Colin Montgomery.
It was fantastic.
Fantastic in team competitions. He's never won a major.
No.
The same with the young Spanish boy, except he's not so young anymore.
Garcia.
Garcia.
Yeah.
And, you know, never won a major, but brilliant in team competition.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if it's almost the opposite here in the China setup with Chen Long feeling the pressure. He felt the pressure 2 years ago in Delhi.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. This is why we love sport. We're taking people out of their comfort zone here. Yeah,
he doesn't play for himself. He plays for all the team.
And all of China.
Yeah.
Yeah, because all of China is watching this. This is one of the biggest sports in China, badminton. That's beautiful. That is beautiful.
And it's a phase that most athletes go through in getting to be great.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of whether you come through it and how long it takes to come through it, because we saw the Olympics 2004 where Lin Dan was the hot favorite already then, and he lost the first round. So
to Ronald Susilo.
Exactly. So it's not so easy, and everybody has to cope with it. And the more times you stand in those situations, the more you get used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a fantastic lift.
That's incredible, isn't it? That's incredible. 2 points away from giving 9-time former champions. Oh, crikey, what? That was close. Oh, yes. 9-time former champions, China. Our first point in this Group A match against France. So, match point opportunities to get China off to that winning start in this Group A tie.
Match point 12.
Yeah, he was looking to go to the net again, wasn't he, Rouxel? It's landed in. Yeah. Good performance from Chen Long. 21-9, 21-12. And a first point in this group tie against France. 43 minutes for the victory. And that 43 minutes and the pat on the back from the world champion shows that he was made to work for this. Well, I said in the early stages of this first men's singles, this young man has improved. He's improved greatly. I'm revising my opinion. I think he's made vast improvements. 21-9, 21-12 at the winning margin of the first men's singles for Chen Long. So their confirmation that China is 1 love up in this group tie against France. Next up is the first men's doubles, then we go to the second men's singles, second men's doubles, and then the third men's singles. Now this is the standard and preferred order of play. We will only deviate from this order if a player is playing more than 1 match within the tie. And of course, as you can see, nobody is doing that, so it is the standard order. So it means that the top-ranked men's doubles from both nations up next. I guess what's a surprise is that Gaetan Mittelheisser and Ronan Labar are playing together because they're not a normal partnership. But they're up against 2 players who are both reigning Olympic champions, Haifeng and Zhang. But in different events with different partners, of course. Haifeng and Zhang, the Olympic mixed doubles champion with Junhui. Haifeng, of course, won in London in 2012 with Zhang. So I'm not sure if you've got any theories on the men's doubles combinations here for France, Steen, because of course Ronan Labar usually plays with Baptiste Karen. They've changed that. I know they played yesterday against Endo and Houwei of Japan. It was a thrilling match. It was 25-23 in the second game. In fact, they had a game point opportunity. Do you think there's a little bit of an injury to Karen?
That's a possibility. Perhaps the most likely scenario. The second one that I can think of is that Peter and Jesper Houwei, they have been coaches of France for almost a year now, so they have a better feeling for each player and wants to take this opportunity. I mean, they're not going to win a men's double against China, so they want to take this opportunity to see another combination. Maybe they have an idea whether these players are playing on after the Olympics. Maybe this is one of the latest or last tournament of Baptiste Carême. So they want to see new combinations, and in the second men's doubles we see Julien Maillot, who's just 22 years of age, and that's a good opportunity to get him some experience here. So maybe that's also the case. They want to see other combinations, other players, give them some experience playing at the highest level here in Kunshan Thomas Cup.
Yeah, of course, Maillot usually plays with Jordan Corvee. Or certainly they were looked to me as if they were a pair because they played last year, winning the Bulgarian International Series. So 2 youngsters, maybe the opportunity to put a younger player with a more experienced player. But crikey, you can't get much more experience than these 2 Chinese players, can you? Not necessarily as a combination, because they only formed their partnership at the Malaysian Super Series in 2014. Haifeng, the left-hander, and Zhang.
I received.
Tomo of Japan are umpire for this. Sudip from India, our service judge. So the top-ranked men's doubles, Haifeng and Zhang against Ronan Labar and Gaetan Mittelheisser. Now there is Zhang, Olympic mixed doubles champion, 26 years of age, 184, which is about 6'1", born in Beijing. 3 World Championship titles for Zhang now in the mixed doubles. Fu Haifeng has 4 men's doubles gold medals with Tian, and of course he is the reigning Olympic champion. Now his highest ranking is 1, but that's not within the partnership. That of course was playing with Taiwan. The highest that they've been as a pair is what they currently are, which is number 3 in the world ranking. In fact, it's their 12th week in total at career high number 3. So, as far as Mittelheisser, 22 years of age, from Junhui, France. In his normal partnership,
The following match
they've been as high
concludes
as
the group stage of Thomas
47
Cup.
with
Men's doubles,
Kersaudy.
Korea versus England.
But of course this, I think, is quite possibly their first match together in international terms with Ronan Labar. Turned 27, 13 days ago, and he's a tall man, isn't he? Did you see that? 191, that's just over 6'3". And in his partnership with Bastian, they've reached inside the top 30 in the world.
England.
And I think I remember them playing a very, very good match at the World Championships against the later world champions from Indonesia, Sun and Sichuan.
Last 32, 3 games. 21-18 in the deciding game it was. It was a fabulous match. Now this is interesting because I know Peter Gaetan on the coach's bench, just Jesper Holgaard. And I guess Peter Gaetan, maybe he's going to talk to his singles player, maybe to prepare the next singles player.
Yeah, I think so. Comes out of the picture, he comes in court now. Maybe also just a short evaluation of the match with Thomas Rouxel.
Yeah.
China to start. China to Gaetan. Double. Break.
Oh, my goodness.
That was a jinxed serve.
Yeah. Oh, it wasn't even close, was it? My goodness, what happened there?
I actually saw Chen yesterday in the press room area. He's with the CCTV for this tournament at least. So he's here, perhaps commenting on his old partner, so
yeah.
He's under scrutiny now.
Yeah, that was a nice idea. Going for steepness of shot rather than power. Ah, yes, there you're right, Bastian. Peter Gaetan's back.
But it could very well be Jesper Holgaard who's doing the interval coaching.
And of course, the Chinese combination, this is their first outing in this year's campaign, Thomas Cup campaign. Weren't selected for yesterday's match against Mexico.
And they're also mixing their pairs up a little bit, Chen.
Yeah, they certainly have for this one, haven't they? The second men's doubles.
Yeah, fall short, that one. That's a good job by Mittelheisser.
good pressure.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Korea, presented by Hyundai Yoyeon-sun. And on my left, England, presented by Chris Mendes, Marcus Ellis. Service over, please, Ian, serve. 6-4.
Oh, that is nice, isn't it? They're trying to intercept again. 22-year-olds. Here he is. Gaetan.
Short again.
Yeah.
Service from Haifeng.
That's good judgment.
Play.
Yeah.
I like that the French pair try to block it a little bit, take the pace out of the rallies. That's definitely to their advantage. Don't want to challenge the Chinese first men's doubles in the flat game.
Play by the tall man. Labar.
Very nice steep shot there.
Yeah.
Been doing well so far, the French pair in the service situation, in my opinion.
Certainly have done well. Wow, into the lead. Yeah, no wonder teammates applaud. Crikey, that was good judgment, wasn't it? My goodness me. Well, scratch French pairing into the lead at the game interval, albeit just one solitary point.
Okay. If we play the push in the defense, next time we block it. Okay? No. Play one push and a push back, then we block it.
Very good, guys. Really good.
Well, that was quite definite, wasn't it?
Yeah.
One push.
One push and then block. Yeah. I mean, there's no doubt that they're typical European men's doubles, and they're much stronger in the attack than the defense, and you got to address that. And their strategy is to either block the first time and move to the net, but you can't do that all the time. So once in a while, you need to push and then block in order to keep the opponents guessing. If you don't do that, it's too easy readable.
Either way, when you block, you go forward afterwards.
You go forward.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a kamikaze men's doubles.
Yes.
You cannot afford to stand back and wait.
Yeah.
See, this is a situation that Gaetan and Labar are wanting.
Yeah. Well, all 4 points since the game interval. All 4 going to this Chinese combination.
5-7.
The run comes to an end.
14.
8-5.
There's the block, moved forward. Well, tried the block, but I have to say that the placement of the smash, look, it goes towards his right hip. He has to try and get out of the way to give himself the freedom to play that block. That's clever play by the Chinese pair.
It's tough to maintain the soft control in the defense when it's Fu Haifeng on the other side smashing at you. The harder the smash is, the more difficult it is to control.
6 of the 7 points since the game interval and the Chinese pair. Well, he's not too shabby at the front of the court either, is he?
No, no. He's improved that a lot throughout the years.
Yeah, certainly in the early stages of his partnership with Tai
3号场地将要进行的是
Yun rushed the net as much as possible. Haifeng just gave an almighty thump from the back of the court. I think a lot of young players could learn an awful lot from this left-hander because despite being world #1 and world champion for so many years, top of his game, he's worked and improved several areas. He's much more varied from the back of the court now. And as you say, his net play has improved considerably. Sitting back saying, well, I may be world champion and world #1, so I'm the best at what I do. Still working to improve.
Samsu, 14-18.
They've not been really alert. The French pair here, they've been victim of clever Chinese tactics that when the first block is coming, then they're playing a little bit flat the next shot, and that has worked beautifully because backcourt player from the French team is not really alert enough to that. They're not just lifting anymore.
20 seconds for 20 seconds.
Well, possibly didn't expect the first one to come back. Labar. No, French player wanted the shuffle changed, and Fu Haifeng says no, I'm happy with this one.
Well played. That's well played by Gaetan there.
16-19.
That's one thing, you simply have to earn the attack yourself when you're playing men's doubles this level. Nobody's going to give it away to you for free.
Yeah.
Except maybe the Koreans, because they have such good defense.
Yeah. Game point opportunities, 4 of them to be precise. Well, since the mid-game interval, they just upped their game, didn't they? Chinese pair, 21-16, the opening game.
It's interesting that Chen Bingyi is part of the men's doubles coaching now. He's been more or less concentrating on the women's doubles for many, many years. I guess he's also the head of the doubles department, but interesting that he's involved.
There'll be an awful lot of women's doubles pairs that hope that he remains looking after the men's doubles, so, because he was so successful with the women's doubles pairs, and China over recent years in women's doubles have been outstanding, and strength in depth as well. Crikey, imagine if he managed to do that in the men's doubles as well. They've had outstanding pairs, but not sort of numbers of pairs year in, year out that the women's doubles have enjoyed.
No, only one pair that you really, really feared, and that was Houwei and Zhang.
Yeah.
And I mean, that was in many ways, I think, one of the reasons why China lost the last Thomas Cup. I mean, lost it. They lost in the semi-final and so on, but still as defending champions back then, I think of it as a loss. Because their first men's doubles was a little bit unreliable. Houwei and Biao Chai.
Yeah.
So you sense that in a team, whether a combination or a single is reliable, and if they're unreliable, they create uncertainty amongst other players of the team, and that could be one of the reasons that we discussed in the previous match, that Chen Long was feeling a little bit nervous in his matches, because he knew that he pretty much had to get this first men's singles, otherwise they would be down 2-0, and they would have Du Pengyu, who was also an inexperienced player back then, in the second men's singles, and only Lin Dan in third.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty much what they are looking for right now, the Chinese team. A men's double that can if not win, then at least calm down Chen Long in the first men's singles. And of course they've got Lin Dan in the second right now, which is a crucial position.
Well, honestly, yet again, I just find what you say so fascinating, because I'm looking at the stats, and China has 2 men's doubles pairs in the top 5 in the world, but Chai Biao, the man you've just mentioned, who normally plays with Houwei, Chai Biao isn't even in the squad.
He's not in the squad?
He's not in the squad.
Wow.
And therefore, what you talked about with the reliability, because Chai Biao and Houwei have had some outstanding results, but they've also had a couple of surprising results. And therefore, you know, what you've just said makes complete sense now with what China have been doing with the men's doubles. Yes, this is the number 3 pair in the world, but the reliability to back that up in the women's doubles, China's Uber Cup team, I reckon they could put out 3 or 4 women's doubles pairs that you could rely on.
Yeah.
It's not that same strength and depth in the men's side.
No, not at all. Not
yeah.
At all. And mainly, also from what we talked about earlier, because it's a team event, because I mean, these 2 guys, they're Olympic gold medalists,
yes.
but they will feel more pressure because it's a team event.
Yeah. Yes, I suppose it's that shouldering the responsibility. You know, I'm thinking back to many years ago when I was playing, and if you have an off day, you feel disappointed in yourself. Of course you do, but you've only let yourself down. If you're in a team competition, you have an off day, you've let the whole team down, and that collective responsibility can be overpowering.
Germany.
But I love team competitions, I have to say.
That's a new aspect that comes into play suddenly.
Yeah.
And some people are really great at it, and some are, well, not so good.
Yeah. That's a good serve. Yeah, closing the gap. Fast and furious now. That's a good rally. It is a good rally. There's a challenge.
Oh.
There's a challenge from Ronan Labar.
They were a little bit lucky to get away with that challenge.
Yeah, it was a little bit late, wasn't it? Oh no, that's well in. Surely. Yep, indeed it was. So, back level.
6-all. One challenge remaining. Break.
Game one. Ball. Chen.
7-6.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Japan, representing Yamaguchi Akane. On my left, Germany, represented by Louisa Hai. Would like to serve, Labar. Chen.
Oh, my goodness. Oh! What's gone wrong? Well, that was unfortunate for Haifeng, and very fortunate for the French pair, because neither of them were covering that. That's good work.
8-7.
2-1.
So back into the lead. French combination.
I think once in a while they need to lift, for instance, on the third shot or something like that, because otherwise the Chinese pair, they will just come closer and closer to the net and cover the front court and make life difficult for Labar and Gaetan. Zhang, he doesn't look like himself. I mean, he looks like himself, but he doesn't look as composed as we're used to seeing him.
No.
It's like the mistakes are bothering him, and
Yeah, and of course he started the match with an error on serve, didn't he?
yeah, it's like he interpreted it as he'd rather not play today.
Good flick serve. There's Gaetan. He was caught off balance, but he dealt with it very well indeed.
Oh, he got that back in the first place.
Look at that. That racket won't see another shuttle. Boof. Yeah. Well, just 1 point in it, as indeed it was in the opening game, the mid-game interval. But in contrast to the opening game, a 1 point advantage this time He's with the Chinese pair.
Be ready for the in-between.
小单边。上完球以后，他蹭网的不舒服之后，让后面人拉起来，防得住正常目的，打不了光。
He's still got some strapping on his elbow, Zhang Nan.
Yes. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's never going to hit another shuttle and out. Where is it? There was at the Malaysian Premier Super Series, we were noticing not only the amount of strapping on his arm, but also on his knees, weren't we?
Yeah, and his knee is also strapped here. And I think we discussed whether he was at full smash strength back then, and I'm really wondering. I'm looking so much forward to the Olympics this year because. Let's see.
Oh my goodness, he almost got it. Brilliant! What a rally. Put heart and soul into that. The French players. Look at those interceptions.
And that's what it takes.
Yeah.
Rally after rally on this level. If you want to win, you simply got to try hard.
And I think that's the difference between these, you know, pairs that are regulars on the Super Series and Premier Super Series and pairs like this French combination, that there's no doubt that they can live with the rallies, but it's almost as if they don't expect what should be, or they believe should be their winning shots coming back.
Yeah.
But that's that you have to work so much harder.
Exactly. It's not like, yeah, we played 2 good rallies. No, we played 2 rallies. This is normal rallies at this level.
Yes, yes. Take that. Where on earth did that come from? Look at the jump smash first of all from there, and then look at this. How crisply that went down.
Good variation.
Yeah. I like that block. Oh my goodness. Well, Zhang now is proving why he is not just a world-class mixed doubles player, but a world-class men's doubles player as well. That ability to read at the front of the court.
11-5. Play. Go!
Yeah, there's an awful lot of strapping on that elbow, isn't there?
And I'm wondering whether Team China has spread their resources a little bit too much come the Olympic Games in Rio, with Zhang Nan doing double duty in mixed and men's doubles, and Junhui the same. They have just not been as dominant as we are used to see them. And I think that the other pairs, they smell blood.
Yeah. Brilliant. That's another fabulous angle.
15-14. Silver, 7-12.
And they definitely want to close it out in 2 games now, Fu and Zhang, in order to keep the team's faith, like we discussed. They don't want to play 3 games against a French pair who can play really good, but it's just not, they don't have that reputation for the other players. Terrible service.
Shocker, wasn't it? And thinking about the point that you made earlier, you know, if this top men's doubles pair is not a Chinese banker, it puts more pressure on Chen Long, leading off of the first men's singles.
Yeah. I was just checking the scoreline, because there's one pair that they had a really good head-to-head against. I couldn't remember who it was, but it's the Sun and Sichuan. They lead 5-3 against the Sun and Sichuan. And they might come in handy there, because the Indonesians have 2 strong men's doubles. They have Tommy Subiato, who is in many ways revived. He's not the favorite against Chen Long. And then they have 2 youngsters who is, they play their heart out for their country. So if they could take a men's doubles victory, that would be great. But now they're in a little bit dire straits here in the second game.
Yeah. 3-point advantage for the French combinations. And 3
It's
points
deserved.
away.
They played better here in the second half of the second game. Important service.
Do they have the belief?
Yeah, and probably needs a little bit of luck now.
Yeah.
Well played by Zheng there.
And that wasn't luck, that was well worked by the French pair.
It was. Zheng Nan did well in the service situation, but they still earned the attack.
So now just 2 points away from taking this second game. Forcing the decider, my goodness. Who would have thought that? I looked at the team sheet and I thought, what on earth is France doing with the men's doubles? Well, very clear answer what they're doing with the men's doubles. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's a big miss. That was exactly the luck we talked about.
Yeah. Lucky for France, but also the fact that you've mentioned that Zhang Nan just doesn't look comfortable in the court at the moment. That, by his standards, was a bad error.
Very, very bad error.
3 game point opportunities for France.
It's not their best position when Gaetan is serving. He's the better backcourt player in this combination. So a real danger of going down 22-20 for the French team now. Oh, that's unlucky.
It was going long, wasn't it?
It was going long.
But he just couldn't get out of the way.
No.
Look, he tries. Oh, gets him in the chest. 2 game points have come and gone. Just 1 more remains for France to send this to a decider.
Whoa.
Chinese pair back level, 20 all. 3 game points saved. And I'm with you, Steen, on that. I thought that was a very high serve, but it wasn't called by the service judge.
I think one of the reasons is that it was actually not only the contact point, but also the service in itself was high. So
yeah. So on a run of 4 straight points, Haifeng and Zhang now have a match point opportunity.
I would have liked to see a third game to see if the Chinese pair could raise, how much they could raise the game.
Yeah. Five straight points for Haifeng and Zhang. And they close out the match 21-16. 22-20. Well, what a spirited fight by what in essence was a scratch pairing from France.
Good scratch pair.
Yeah, I hope we see more and more of this French combination playing together, and that's no disrespect to their normal partners, but that was really exciting. Glimpses of huge potential. The confirmation that China are now 2 love up in the tie by virtue of the first men's doubles. Haifeng and Zhang winning 21-16, 22-20. 38 minutes for that first men's doubles. There is the confirmation of what I've just told you, which is that China are 2 love up in this Group A tie. Group A, of course, because China are the #1 seeds for this Thomas Cup campaign. 11 finals they've been in Thomas Cup competitions, having won the trophy and lifted that magnificent Thomas Cup 9 times. But 2 years ago, as Steve was telling you, they lost in the semi-final stage to the eventual champions, Japan. Also happened to be in the same group here in this year's Thomas Cup competition. Japan the #5 seeds in Group A, China the #1 seeds. France qualified for the Thomas Cup competition here as the 13th ranked qualifying country. So Lin Dan, the 2-time Olympic champion, 5-time world champion. He's up next against Claerbout. And of course we have the second men's doubles and 2 scratch pairings from both China and from France. And then we finish with the third men's singles. And another left-hander for China, Tian Houwei, beaten finalist at the All England Championships, where he lost out to his teammate Lin Dan, the man we're about to see on centre stage. Now, of course, at the group stage, if you've been with us yesterday, and certainly during previous Thomas Cup competitions at the group stage, you must play all 5 matches within the tie. And the reason for that, of course, is that if 2 teams, or even 3 teams, are tied on the number of ties won and lost within the group, then you look at the number of matches won and lost within the group. So it's important that all 5 matches within the tie are concluded. Once we get to the knockout stage, and it's just the top 2 teams from each group that qualify for the knockout quarterfinal stage. From then onwards, we do not contest any dead matches within the tie. So as soon as one team has won the required 3 matches within a tie, any remaining matches are not played. Now just listen to the reception for Lindan. And what a moment for Claerbout, a 23-year-old from France. Lindan, 32 years of age now. Can he create history in Rio? No badminton player has ever won 3 Olympic titles in consecutive Olympic Games. Of course, we've had players win 2 gold medals at 2 consecutive Olympics. Not only the man himself, of course, because if he's going for 3, he must have won 2 already. But the first players to retain an Olympic title, Steen? Women's doubles.
The women's doubles.
Yep.
Wow.
Gaetan and Gujun.
They won in 96.
And again
in 2000. Okay.
I believe so.
Yeah. And then Zhang.
Yes.
2000 and 2004.
With Gaoling in the mixed doubles.
Yeah. Gaoling. Did she win the women's doubles as well? No.
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 No,
that's only Zhao Yunlei who's won
2 golds in one Olympic Games.
Olympic game.
So there he is, the man himself, the 32-year-old former world #1, currently #3, born in Fujian in China. Actually born in Longyan near Fuzhou in Fujian province. Look at Claerbout from the port city of Bordeaux in southwestern France. They do make a lovely drop of red wine in that area of the country. 23 years of age, just below his highest ever world ranking, which was achieved in March earlier this year. Now they did play each other in the last Thomas Cup campaign in Delhi. And as you can see, Lindan was also in the group stage, incidentally, and won in 26 minutes. 21-5, 21 in them. Now, Steen, I know you've just been looking at the matches from Delhi. Was that at second men's singles, or was it third men's singles? I think it was third, wasn't it?
I haven't checked that.
No? Okay. I do beg your pardon.
Yeah. We could have that one of the players that were above Lindan at that time, that would be Dukun or Chen was given a rest that day, but I haven't checked it. But
yeah, and of course, France had Brice Lovedes.
They had him playing
in Delhi, didn't they? He's not made the trip here to China this year, but he will be competing at the Olympic Games, Brice Lovedes.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, China, represented by Lindan.
7-11.
And on my left, France, represented by Lucas Claerbout. France to serve, Labar.
So France's Claerbout on the side of the court getting this second men's singles underway. Now, just to explain a little bit, and the reason why I keep emphasising first men's singles, second men's singles, and first doubles, is you can't play out of your ranking. So the highest ranked player selected for a tie must play at #1. The second highest player selected for a tie must play at number 2. So you can't suddenly throw in your second-ranked men's singles selected at third singles. You've got to play in your ranking order.
Yeah. There is, however, this little twist to it that if, for instance, China feel that they feel that Chen Long is not really up to playing, for instance, Song Wan-ho of Korea, that he's not been showing his best form here, and they're playing him late in the tournament. They could rest Chen Long and put Lin Dan in first men's singles.
Absolutely.
Chen Houwei in the second, and who's the third? The fourth player. He could of course, but Xiao Bian, yeah, he could play the third men's singles, but that would take some kind of nerve to do that.
Yeah, but so as long as the player is selected for the tie, they must play in their ranking position.
Yeah.
So if Chen Long isn't selected, of course the other
they move up.
They all must move up one place.
I just checked the 2014 edition. It was the third men's singles.
Yeah.
Service over. 3, 2. Service over. 3, 4.
Looks a little casual at the start of this match, Lin Dan, but then I've thought that on several occasions.
Yeah.
Lately he's been a little bit sluggish at the start of a match, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and he's been playing very well this year, hasn't he? Well, what year hasn't he been playing well? That was a daft thing to say, wasn't it?
Well, not really, because I don't think he played particularly well in 2015. He won tournaments, but
yeah,
but didn't play as well as I would expect him to do. And he's been playing really well in the beginning of this year, winning German Grand Prix Gold and the All England, of course. And judging from those two tournaments, looking a strong contender to repeat his Olympic gold. But then we saw him in some other matches where he was, in my opinion, a little bit unimpressive. And I mean, 95% of the players would still love to play the way he did there, but it's just when it's Lin Dan, we hold him to higher standards.
Yeah. And of course, we should also mention a third tournament that he's won this year, which was the China Masters Grand Prix Gold, where he beat Chen Long in the final. And so, therefore, your theory on, you know, whether he's in his mind and other people's minds still favourite for the gold medal in Rio.
Yeah, he's got his experience going, and he's got the 2 medals that's back home in the drawer. That's also going for him, because, I mean, I don't expect him to be nervous in Rio, but almost anyone else will be quite nervous. He's had, in my opinion, he's had trouble the last 2 years. He's had trouble on a special type of players, whereas other players he's just disposed of as he normally did for many years.
Yeah. Now I wouldn't keep lifting to Lin Dan's deep forehand corner there. That's dangerous. Here we go. There's the clear down the forehand side.
He's totally in the other corner. He can't see what side he's hitting it in. and that just it doesn't go just for Claerbout. Look at his legs. Every time Lin Dan has time in his long forehand, when he can put deceptions on his shots. Look at the opponent's legs. They're going to be shaky.
Yeah.
But yeah, the scoreline 6-all. Pretty respectable start from the French. What was that? Was it too fast?
50-19.
So if the serve is too quick, just put up your hand. Again. And we've seen Lin Dan be some kind of frustrated with people flicking him. The same goes for the coach on the other side, Peter Gaetan. I mean, why don't you serve short service so I can make my normal return? We saw that again there. Oh, that was called.
Yeah, above the waist. Henrik Boas, the service judge, making the call.
First game won by Chinese Taipei, 21-15.
Yeah.
That was too short.
That was too short. I bet he wishes he hadn't said he wasn't ready.
Yeah. Actually, I feel that when Lin Dan is playing at a high pace, he makes fewer mistakes than when he plays at a low pace.
Yeah. Beautiful. Little look and a little word with his coaches at the back of the court, Lin Dan. Obviously hasn't completely got his spatial awareness. Ah, now, what's that? He's saying there's a bit of wind, there's a bit of drift. Pull that back in. Can't say I've particularly noticed any sideways drift. Have you, Steen? Might be a little bit.
But we're sitting in a very bad position to pick up on sideways drift. We're mostly looking at the court without looking at our monitors. In order to pick up the side drift, you have to be precisely behind the court. So let's see if we can pick up on some of that. But I mean, it was quite far in on the side.
So the big game interval with a 3-point advantage. Claerbout. Oh, that's a nice change of pace. I do like that.
因为他的球进攻整个也不是很那个，但是就有拍数，就是你自己要连起来打。因为这个球呢是，尤其是最后一步哈，特别你往前，你看他这几个往前，一放挺好的，球走一点。你要停一下，他没有球的速度就没有。
Not an awful lot of eye contact there between Lin Dan and his coaches.
女子双打，有请技术官员入场。
The following match concludes in the group stage of River Club Women's Doubles. Let's welcome the technical officials.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Oh,
Now let's Next will bring the players.
Service judge to just keep an eye on his serve. You shouldn't be allowed to say that, but it can be perceived as intimidation.
Yes.
Now Kokukuma.
We had the same situation when he lost to Jan Jorgensen. Was that in Malaysia? Yeah.
Final stage.
Lost in Malaysia, lost the third game really big, and sort of got frustrated with the services of Jan Jorgensen.
It was actually the second game.
What was the second game?
21-4.
Yeah, 21-4. Okay, so it was just a two-game match, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right, my mistake. Well played. Good shot. Excellent shot by Lucas Claerbout. Exactly what's needed when Linh Dan tried to play you in your forehand side. You need those cross smashes. They're dangerous to make, and you hate to make them because you've got to run and you've got to cover your backhand side after that. But that's the solution. Linh Dan is clever. He plays a lot of shots to the opponent's forehand side because he knows he's going to get a lot of shots back in his own forehand side where he can control the match. He can use his deceptions. And you got to get out of that trap. A cross drop, quick cross drop is also usable. And the thing is that if you clear cross and you clear too short, Linh Dan, he's so fast, he picks up speed, makes his lethal steep smashes, but only if it's too short.
Goodness me.
He's got the same tired look as Chen Nan had.
Yeah.
Or do I really have to play this game? And this is also what we discussed. There's no free points. There's no free points. Lucas Claerbout, he's seen 2 Europeans at least beat Linh Dan. He's seen Tommy Subiato beat him. He's seen, who else has beaten him?
Someone Ho in India.
So he believes in his chance, and as long as Linh Dan is playing at that pace, he's going to give him a real run for his money. And the coaches, they can actually just say to Linh Dan, hey, you decide yourself how many games you want to play. I mean, if you want to win this match, you got to raise the pace.
Yeah. Nice block.
Good shot. Very nice touch. But again, all the dangerous things from Linh Dan is coming from his long forehand side.
Yeah. You know, it seems a little odd to me that Linh Dan hasn't come out firing on all cylinders. I know that he's 32 years of age now, and perhaps he likes to work up within the match more to his top speed or whatever. But I mean, you've just made a very interesting comment about, well, Linh Dan won't get nervous in Rio because he has 2 Olympic gold medals in his pocket already and so on. And I'm just thinking,
maybe
you know, if you struggle in matches like this and you don't put the fear of every other player by getting out there and blasting through a match like this, there's a danger you will get nervous in Rio.
And at least you're going to face tough opposition. And maybe, I mean, maybe winning a third gold is just as big for you as winning a first gold is for all the others. So
exactly.
There is some percentages that are the chance that Dan still could get nervous.
Yeah.
But the thing that it's hard to win when you really want to win, when you've lost so much. And one of the best examples that I've been close to was Danish world champion Camilla Martin. When she played her last Olympics in 2004, she lost to Tracy Hallam from England. And all credit to Tracy Hallam because she reached a quite good level,
yeah.
but she shouldn't be able to beat Camilla Martin. But Camilla had lost so many matches. There was no confidence left when push came to shove.
Yeah.
And Tracy Hallam, she believed in it. She played her chance.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
And this is one of the things that you alluded to a little earlier, because Lin Dan has now lost to, I was going to say so many players, but a number of players. But a number of players that other players, all players now believe they have a chance.
Yeah.
That aura of invincibility has gone.
And the game plan has been executed by more and more players, and it's becoming more and more obvious what needs to be done.
Yeah.
But then again, I must say that. The way we saw him play it, especially the All England, that was more like it. That was the way we like to see him play.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's also this that, I mean, he's won so much. So, I mean, first round Thomas Cup against the team where we're going to win the team match no matter what. I mean, perhaps it's hard to get yourself out of the bed in the morning for a match like that. Perhaps you need something higher at stake to get the same feel that, hey, this is going to be fun. I'm gonna do my best and see if I can manage.
Yeah, that same adrenaline rush.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, what can Lin Dan gain from this match? He can't gain anything. Even if you win 21-0, 21-0, so yeah, Lin Dan won. He's great.
Yeah.
He can only lose.
Yeah. There's the danger in the deep forehand corner again. Just watch his movement here. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's just
he's
glides.
threatening. His whole body language is threatening with a smash, and then a very, very controlled slice drop. Beautiful. And now, Luca Claerbout, now you're in trouble because...
They're both in trouble as far as Labar is concerned.
But I would suspect him to be in trouble playing-wise because now he's got Lin Dan at an even score with 5-6 points left in the game, so I think he's going to up his pace now.
Yeah.
That's a good smash because I was just thinking, hey, you're playing too nice now, Mr. Claerbout. You're not threatening anything, but that one was well timed. Now Lin Dan is going to get called back to... Oh, there he moves his towel. And if you have a towel hanging out over this box that you have your gear in, and you get called back, you can't have a towel hanging out.
Yeah, Wesley played that winner probably.
There it would have been nice if Claerbout had waited for that forehand lift, because some of the other top players, they know that this is coming, so if you wait for it, you can make that cross smash that's going to most likely be a winner.
Service over. 18-17.
Oh, this opening game is far, far from a foregone conclusion. More credit to Monsieur Claerbout. That looked nervous to me.
That really, really nervous. And it was way too close to the net. There was nothing to gain from that unless it had tumbled over. One more.
19-18.
And this is where Claerbout should tell himself it's really bad if I don't win this game, because he'd been playing better in the first game. Control by Lindan, he's playing with the drift. There it was, a big match.
Yeah.
Game point 18.
Yeah, look at his feet, a bit too short. And the stick smash is there.
He's running the match so far to bring up game point for China. And then 2 game points to be precise.
Service over. 19-20.
First game point well saved. Oh, I'm surprised the umpire allowing Lindan to towel off.
Yeah, well played.
20 all. Extra points required until there's a clear 2-point winning margin.
There's big gaps in Lindan's backhand defense when he's playing at a pace like this. When he plays faster, he can close down. It's not as big as it is right now, but there's a huge advantage if you hit your smashes toward his backhand side at the moment. Good service.
3号场比将要进行的是油锅杯小组赛，中华台北队对阵美国队的第5场比赛，女子双打。
The following match on court 3 will be the group stage of Houwei Cup, women's doubles, Chinese Taipei versus USA.
陈小欢、徐雅琪，中华台北。
I think Peter Gear is doing a little bit of footwork for himself on the chair there.
I noticed that. Twitching as his player's about to hit the shot.
Good shot. It's a little bit of the pace out and hit it a little bit quicker.
Yeah, crisp, wasn't it? Nice angle. So having just saved 2 game point opportunities, now look at Claerbout has a game point opportunity himself.
across.
Oh, danger. Oh, he's missed it. He's missed it. Opening game to France.
It's a beautiful shot.
It was amazing. And Luca Claerbout has taken the opening game against the two-time Olympic champion. Amazing.
Yeah.
25 minutes. Yeah, one game to the goods.
Okay, please. You see, we need to stick to plan no matter what happens. I want to see you stick to plan, okay? From the back, no hard smashes. Trust me, okay? No hard smashes. We use the stick. We use it on the middle. You can sometimes you can stick him on the middle, yeah? And the angles. That's what we do. On the back, you play him in the backhand side all the time. Okay? Of course, you can sometimes.
Chinese coaches working hard, still talking to their man. Peter Gaetan has already left the court and given his advice to Claerbout. And the advice was no hard smashes from the back of the court.
Yeah, I can see the idea about it, but I actually think that he can kill the hard smashes on Lindan. It's important to show him that he can come through him. He's playing with the drift now, and that gives him an advantage. So I think once in a while he can hit full power to the body or full power to the backhand side.
Yeah, Peter Gaetan did say if you're going to hit, go down the backhand side.
Yeah, exactly, and that's really clever.
Yeah, that's way in.
Yeah. There's a problem for the Chinese coaches now, because what they really need to do, I mean, there's some issues. Maybe Lindan is not feeling well, or he's a little bit injured or something. But if that's not the case, then he needs to be told off. He needs to be told, this is not good enough. I don't care how many gold medals you've won.
Yeah.
You're on home soil and you're about to lose to a French guy who nobody here in the hall knows. No disrespect to him, but it's just there's so big level difference between these two players. So the coaches, they need to tell him, otherwise you take it off court.
That is over. 1-0.
And you're giving me a look.
I'm just thinking, my goodness, I'm glad you weren't my coach, because that sounds harsh. But you're right. You see, I was just absorbing what you were saying. And you're absolutely right, because there's me saying earlier, Lindan's been winning matches on reputation. Forget the reputation. You've got to go out there. You're only as good as your last match.
And it looked like he's feeling sorry for himself.
Yes.
Hey,
yeah.
Why is the umpire not calling this service? Why is my opponent not giving me any more easy points and so on? Come on, stop whining and play.
Yeah, get on with it.
We know you can play.
Yeah. Yeah, because we both thought he looked a little bit sluggish and, at the start of the match. And already, I know it's early stages of this second game, and I know he's just lost that rally, but I'm sensing that he's trying to up his intensity.
He's trying to, but it's hard, and I think the two Chinese coaches, they need to be a little bit more active now. Now he needs someone cheering for him and saying, "Come on, that's exactly what we need.
Yeah.
That's the right pace." And sort of they got to work even harder now, because he needs their help.
Yeah.
Stay cool.
It's well played. Claerbout because he's playing with drift.
Yeah.
So he's going to have trouble controlling the shots to the baseline. And that's a major concern, in my opinion, for him. Because it will force him to probably attack a little bit too much and perhaps play a little bit too short in the backhand corner, giving them then a number of opportunities for his steep smashes.
Yeah, there's the towel hanging out of the kit box, what you were talking about during the opening game.
So all the players, they know that if you want a little bit of an extra break, just leave the towel hanging out.
Yeah.
There's more concentration now.
Yep.
4-2.
There was a couple of times in the opening game, Steen, that I wondered about Lindan's movements to his backhand net. He didn't look particularly comfortable in that movement.
No, but I think that's because he plays at such a low pace at the moment, and he can't pick up that quick extra step that he needs.
Yeah.
So he's also going to struggle if Claerbout or any other player from his forehand side can play the reverse slide straight. If he can play that close, he's also going to struggle unless he raises the pace of the game and starts moving faster on an overall basis. But again, we must sort of remember that there could be something physically troubling in that we can't see or don't know about. But
Service over. 4-5.
That's very well taken, isn't it? Good follow-up. Look at that.
But there's no quality in the defense.
No.
Good shot.
Yeah, and again, he's talking to his coach, and his gestures there is a little moan that the service fault wasn't called on his opponent. The more I think about it, Steen, the more I'm concurring with you.
Guess what the players, when they watch video, guess what they're putting in their notebook? Flick Lindan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Front challengers, call out.
Challenged by Claerbout.
Waiting for Houwei. Oh, show on the giant screen. Yeah, it was out. It's, I guess, a bit risky to challenge that far side of the courts from where you're playing from when it's with the drift as well.
Good clear from Claerbout. There, when he plays the cross clear, he sort of utilizes the drift a little bit in order to get it long enough.
Yeah. And it was good height, wasn't it?
Yeah.
played with sort of holding a bit of deception as well, punching through the shot.
Yeah. Yeah, very good.
Fans here beginning to get on Lin Dan's back. Or am I reading too much into that?
I don't know. Some were cheering Jayo and come on. But I mean, he must be disappointed. He's a game down and struggling a little bit in the second as well.
Yeah, that movement.
Yeah.
On his backhand net.
Good shot. Good shot. It's wide.
But the idea was
yeah, the idea of putting variation in from every part of the court. Because Lin Dan is perhaps the best in reading opponents, reading patterns in their game.
Yeah.
Well played.
Yeah.
That's too clever.
Yeah.
That's too clever.
Yeah.
But the forehand corner, the short forehand corner, and the long backhand corner from Lin Dan, that's the weak spots at the moment.
Yeah. Points and well, I thought a little earlier actually that he was beginning to just not stamp his authority on this second game, but that's landed in. But every time, and all credit to Claerbout, he comes back. Well, he has done so far.
Definitely a first of the tournament match for Lin Dan, but yeah, we know that he can be a whole different player tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know if China's playing tomorrow actually, but there's still one group match left.
Yeah, it's actually on Wednesday against the defending champions, Japan. So.
17-8.
Silence right now. 10 all.
Good height on that lift from Claerbout. Possible to make a steep smash. Great net play.
Yeah. So it is Lin Dan who has the advantage at the mid-game interval. And it is just one solitary point.
Stick to this, okay? Sometimes he's going to try it. The variation now is when we use his backhand corner, sometimes we need to use the short drops, okay? Yes? And you're doing it, but you have to keep doing it. We can use his body. Just do the stick on the body. Sometimes you can do that. Use the short drop and use his backhand corner. That's what we do. We're doing so good. Stay tough, stay cool. Okay.
Stay tough, stay cool. And what was the technical, tactical stuff there, Steen?
Yeah, it was something about using the short drop. don't know exactly whether it's a cross drop, which I would, yeah, from there he needs to drop, either straight or cross. Either one of them is good, but otherwise the coaching was really great. Not too much. He's doing well, and he's playing. He's having the game of his life here, so he can't have too much information. Just let him play. Reinforce him in what he's doing is right, and make him do it.
It's always fascinating, isn't it, for us as spectators? I know the way you watch a match like this because you can't switch off from your coaching role no. and you think of it in coaching terms. But, you know, for me as a general sports fan, of course, I'm a fanatical badminton fan as well. But, you know, I see some players playing against a legend like Lin Dan, and they look intimidated by the prospect. Claerbout is looking inspired by this opportunity, exactly. And I like to see that in an athlete. Oh, look at that.
And he's saying when he comes home, he's yeah, I played Lin Dan. I don't understand all the others. What's the fuss about? I mean, I had a good match with him. There's nothing much. But yeah, nowadays there's two. It comes in two different issues, Lin Dan.
And they're poles apart.
Yeah.
There's no middle ground.
No, no. And this is also where the experienced coaching comes into play. Spot the weaknesses, massage them, exploit them, keep doing it, make the opponent make another move. Otherwise, just do the same.
Yeah.
That's too short, yeah. And whenever he deviates from his game plan, Claerbout, he ends up in trouble most of the time. That's a good shot. Yes,
yeah.
Well played. Excellent play. But also well played from Dan.
All right.
And Shiranssi scratching his neck.
Player of Lin Dan's experience would never underestimate any opponent, surely. Or do you think he's just come into this sort of well, I mean, maybe there is something wrong. I mean, he just doesn't seem to have the attitude that I expect from Lin Dan.
I think, I don't know, but I think he sees this as a boring game.
Well, it won't be so boring. As far as the world of badminton is concerned, if a player that an awful lot of people won't have heard of, they will certainly remember the name in future. Luca Claerbout.
just about to say, but he's been in control the last 8 rallies or so, Lin Dan. So I still think he's got things under reasonable control here, unless he's extremely unlucky the next 2 or 3 rallies.
Has the bubble been burst as far as Claerbout is concerned?
Well, I think he's playing a little bit too safe, Claerbout. I'd like to see him attack a little bit more.
Wrong choice of shot there?
Yeah, wrong choice.
Yeah.
High cross lift to the backhand side.
2 points away from his second game. Lin Dan.
Game point 14.
It's gone long. 1 game all. 21-14. Second game to Lin Dan. China. And Chinese fans can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
1 game all.
第二个后场啊，还是有时候还是得用力，因为你越没有用力的话，它球越不走，这个球就变成软半场啊。然后注意一个接发球注意他的一个花后场，这个你一定自己精力集中一点，注意他出手。
就因为在馆里看球也好，什么都不是很舒服，真的不是你打一个人，就是我感觉球有的就到这样，你就是不走。 他前后停在那里，他在中路我
没事，你就先切往前，先切中路，然后他过来你再追他，多。
Yeah, we can't hear what's being said. There was something about a deceptive drop shot there. By Brigade's gestures.
Yeah, in retrospect, the drop shot thing didn't really come into play. He's not Claerbout. He's not winning this match at the net. On the contrary, we've seen him make a couple of mistakes when he's tried to play too close himself. So play the net, but don't go for the points there unless you're in real big problems, because then you need to go for the 50-50 chances.
Yeah.
Perhaps a bit more variation to the forehand. He can play Lin Dan to the forehand side when he can put pressure on him. So it's not too obvious what's going on. That's an important rally, this one. There was the mistake again.
Yeah.
And when he looks back at this match on video, he can isolate that area around the front service line and say, okay, from here I played too many shots that I had no chance of winning. I just played them into the court or tried to make a neutral shot, but I missed it too many times.
Good net shot.
Oh, for you.
Yeah, that was good. So, just to clarify, Steve, that attempted little cross-court net shot is preferable to just playing it safe. Is that what you're saying? Is that still
I'd rather that he just lifted to the back court, because I don't think he's got any advantage over Lindan at the net. But it's more the shot that Lindan made there. He's not really close to the net. He's a little bit below the tape. And that's the shot where Claerbout, on a number of occasions, has tried to play the net, and it's been a mistake most of the times. So I think the audience is about to be over. I think Lindan is going to take this third game convincingly.
Oh, I didn't like that. I did not like that. Oh, seems to be all right. That was a nasty, nasty slip. Now he looks at the bottom of his shoe. Now the problem is when you slip in that lunge position, hamstrings, Achilles. Oh, no, I didn't like that.
We've seen it a couple of times.
Yeah.
You get your heel cap knocked on your Achilles.
Yeah. And of course, we had that horrible, horrendous injury at the European Championships with Ivan Sozanov.
Yeah.
Actually rupturing his Achilles. The last thing we need is another serious injury. Well, it's sad to see at any sport in any time. But he's playing so well. I do hope he's all right. Yeah. Peter Gaetan's a little bit concerned. Are you okay?
Careful.
Yeah. Yeah. Be careful. We all echo that.
Very rarely a game-ending injury, slipping forward, compared to twisting your ankle. But the day after is not fun.
No. And look how his knee went down as well. Jarring the knee or hyperextending the knee.
4号场地将要进行的是汤姆斯杯小组赛，韩国队对阵
This is the best rally that played all day. Now he's picking up a bit more speed and his game comes together.
高承炫、申白哲，韩国；马修、诺丁汉、哈利·托勒，英格兰。
Matthew Nottingham, Harley Towler, England.
I think the bubble has been burst.
was lying there like Li Chongwei, watching whether Lindan would be able to retrieve that one. Or maybe more likely whether it would come over the net.
2号球场将要进行的是游步 A 小比赛，日本队对阵德国队的第5场比赛，女子单打。有请技术官员入场。
The following match on Court 2 will be the group stage of Yubuka women's singles. Let's welcome the technical officials.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Claerbout was nowhere near it.
有请运动员入场。
Now let's welcome the players.
Oh, yeah, trying to get out of the way. We saw that in the men's doubles, didn't we?
佐藤亚香，日本。
Sayaka Sato, Japan.
伊冯李，德国。
Ivan Lee, Germany.
There's a little bit too little variation from Claerbout to my taste right now.
I wonder if that's come about because of the definite instruction in the second game, you know, trust me, don't smash from the back of the court. And he's got it so clear in his mind that, you know, he must play the softer shots or whatever, and that he's forgotten about the variation.
Yes, that's a possibility because, I mean, it's always, there's a sort of a code between the player and the coach.
Yeah.
When I say 80%, do you actually know what I mean? And then suddenly after some time, some months or so, you find out that, okay, the player doesn't mean, it doesn't know what I mean when I say 80%, or at least they don't interpret it the same way I meant it.
Yes,
and that could very well be the case here that that Peter is sitting. He played the forehand once in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you told me I should play the backhand, so I played the backhand.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but I meant you should play it more often than the forehand.
Yes, yeah. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Look, that is delightful.
And that's the first time today that we've seen a shot like that from Claerbout. And that's what I mean. If you play too simple, it will be too easy for Lindan. So you gotta put some variation into your shots. And
words of wisdoms can be the Gaetan impart to his player here. Look at that. Isn't that just poetry in motion? Such an athlete.
No change, Luca. We need to still do the same things we are doing. Be so disciplined about playing his backhand corner. Now the sticks are really good. That's the key. Keep using the stick with good speed, okay? Yes? Okay. When we play the backhand corner, ready in defense. Keep changing the shuttles. Keep using the flick also. He might fold you, but yes. Okay.
Well, I definitely want to stick to the game plan there.
yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah.
Service over. 1-0.
11, 5. Play.
2, 1.
Oh,
12, 5.
Sure.
yeah, I concur.
7, 3.
That's good judgment.
Service over.
I have to say, I mean, I have been impressed with Claerbout because, I mean, I think I verbalised in the opening stages of this deciding game. I thought the bubble was burst when he was 6-1 down. He's stuck with it, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, actually, it looked like he upped the pace and played a little bit more freely because, okay, now I'm not playing to win anymore. Now I'm playing exactly like the first game. I'm playing to challenge him then.
Yeah.
And there he was pushing at the net. Normally, being behind 12-6 in the third game against Lindan, you would say, no way.
Yeah.
It's gone. But, yeah, it might be. In most cases it is, but there's still a slight chance.
Oh, challenge.
Good call by him, Dan. In my opinion.
So you thought it was wide?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. Well, one of the things Gaetan said was don't be afraid to challenge.
Yeah.
You were right, Steve.
In my opinion, Dan is one of the players that's got the best feel for where the court is according to drift and everything. Of course, he can make misjudgments, misjudgments,
Yeah.
as everybody else, but this time.
7, 9. There's over 7, 4.
Just toying with him in that rally.
Yeah.
7, 4.
For the instruction book, just repeat it twice. That's how to do it. Let's see if that goes short. Okay, on replay. No, we don't.
Oh, decision.
That was the same shot Chen Long made in the first match.
A good effort there. Claerbout.
There'll be lots of things to take back to Paris and say, okay, I need to improve in these areas here. These areas are actually quite good, but here I got to be a little bit better. Positive match for him. Just a match for Lindan.
Yeah, but apart from being able to analyse and say, yeah, well, I need to improve that and so on. And it's a great measure of an encouragement for what you've already been working on, because you don't often get these opportunities to play against an Olympic champion. And you can say, look, I took him to 3 games.
I scored my own points.
Yeah, and everything I've been working on is paying dividends now. Let's keep going. Let's improve more things.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Right, drop shot from the net. That one. If that had been Claerbout executing that, there would have been a huge chance that it would have been a mistake. But Lin Dan, no, he's got the touch. Now that's more like it. That's more like it.
Match points have arrived
Match point 8.
for the Olympic champion.
4-2, 20 seconds. 4-2, 20 seconds.
Yeah. First time of asking. And Lin Dan gives China a 3rd point in this Group A tie. But he did it the hard way. He had to come back from a game deficit. An hour and 7 minutes needed.
By China, 20, 22, 21, 14, 21, 8.
Yeah, umpire confirms the scoreline. Well, Claerbout has done himself and his country proud today. He may have lost, but my goodness, he gave it his all and he played extremely well. But their confirmation, Lin Dan winning a 3rd point for China in this group tie. 20-22, 21-14, 21-8 in the deciding game in a match lasting an hour and 7 minutes. That while China have won the tie in these group stages, as I was saying earlier, we complete all 5 matches within the tie. So we will play the 2nd men's doubles next, and then we'll finish with the 3rd men's singles. So questions will be asked, I suppose, of the fans and the media, and perhaps of teammates too, about Lin Dan's form in that 2nd men's singles. But whilst both Steen and I know that Lin Dan, and anybody who follows badminton will know that Lin Dan can raise his game above that, I think we need to give an awful lot of credit to Luca Claerbout, because my goodness, he gave it everything. And coming from 18-20 down in that opening game, the French number 2 man here in China, saving 2 game points against the Olympic champion to actually win that opening game, I thought was a real credit to him. Well, as far as the men's doubles, the 2nd men's doubles is concerned, we've got 2 scratch pairings for China. We've got Li Junhui and Chen Siwei, Houwei usually plays with Chen. And for France, we've got Bastian Kersaudy, and he's playing with Julien Maillot. Last match, Tian Houwei against Luca Corvee. So the men's doubles will be next, and I'm just looking across the arena, and perhaps the reason for the delay. Players not ready from the warm-up courts. That third game over relatively quickly of the previous match, with Luca Claerbout being beaten 2-8 in that deciding game. 1 hour and 7 minutes against the Olympic champion. He should be proud of himself. So the court officials are making their way onto court, which is a clear sign that it won't be long until the emergence of the players. Four courts, as you can see, at the Kunshan Sports Centre. Here come the Chinese pair leading out the French combination. Junhui played yesterday with his normal partner, Chen. And so did Siwei. He played at second men's doubles yesterday with Houwei. So the two men's doubles pairs for China yesterday split for today, and a scratch pairing formed.
Red, red, go, red. Hello, welcome to Julien will receive. Julien will receive. Yeah. Which side? Yeah. Zheng self.
Well, that was very interesting, because I think that the French pair chose to receive. The Chinese pair said that they would serve, but then the umpire gave them the option of which end they wanted to start as well. I won't go into the technicalities of that at the moment, but I'm entirely convinced that was correct. If you've made your choice of the three, I don't think you can have a second choice as well, not unless you go back to the pair that won the toss. Anyway, let's look forward to the men's doubles. So there is the tall man, Bastian Kersaudy, 21 years of age. And he normally plays with Gaetan Mittelheisser, who is on the first men's doubles. So as I was saying, these partnerships switched around. Julien Maillot turned 22 10 days ago. And he's from Strasbourg. Well, he is a very tall athlete indeed. Here's this young man. 195. And that, I can tell you, is about 6'5". 21-year-old. Former world junior champion with Wang Kai-xiang. I do beg your pardon, he beat Wang Kai-xiang, of course he did, because Wang Kai-xiang was playing with this man. Chen. Siwei. Zhang. And that's the province, I can tell you it was Rouxel. Here's a little trivia piece of information for you. Rouxel translates into mild and pleasant land. There you go. Didn't know that, did you, Sting?
Not at all.
Oh, that's what I'm told. Anyway, there we go. There's the coaches. Tian Bingyi and Zhang Jun. Now, this young man has been doing extremely well in the mixed doubles event this year with 2 different partners. Chen Shuwei. He looks a little bit despondent now, doesn't he? But he shouldn't be. Players have played exceptionally well. Yes, we play ball.
China, represented by Junhui and Zheng Siwei. And on my left, France, represented by Bastian, Kersaudy and Julian Mayo. China to serve, Zheng Siwei to Julian Mayo. Labar, play.
Well, when I've watched the shorter of the 2 Chinese players, this man, Chen Siwei, earlier this year in mixed doubles competitions, I've been astounded by how quick he is around the court. Fleet of foot and great reactions as well. Last year in Lima, Chen Shuwei won 2 gold medals. Men's doubles with Gaetan and mixed doubles with Chen. It normally takes a couple of years for junior men's doubles players to really make their mark in senior badminton, men's doubles and mixed doubles, but it doesn't seem to have taken him any time at all. Oh, that's nice. Nice play from Julian Mayo.
And Siwei, Zhang Siwei he's come with a skill that is so spectacular that he's sort of already made it to top level in men's doubles.
Yeah.
His quickness is just amazing.
3, 2. Whoa! Service over. 3 all.
9, 3.
Well, both these scratch pairs, one very tall athlete, making their, well, normal size partners look small on court, but that's not the case at all. Kersaudy is 193, that's 6'4", so just a little bit shorter than Junhui. Did I say 63? I said what? I meant 193.
93, I think you said 93.
Did I say 93? Too big a racket swing there. You haven't got time for that.
7, 3.
But again, like we talked about, Joe, it's 2 youngsters playing second men's doubles. And Thomas Cup on home soil.
Yeah.
Nerves could definitely be a factor, not in this tie, but later on in the tournament.
Oh,
play.
Yeah, very well played from Julien Maillot. Look at that. Well, I know it was a little bit lucky. But that's the sort of creativity, perhaps not extreme like that, that maybe you were after in the previous match in the men's singles.
Yeah.
From Claerbout.
Come on. There's another. Go. Go.
Wow, another bit of luck.
Service over. 8, 6. Oh! 5, 6.
Yes, good interception. He's very proactive, isn't he, Julien Maillot?
Yeah.
7, 10. Service over. 11, 7. Into one.
So a 4-point advantage for the Chinese pair. Big game interval. Crikey, only 6 minutes.
其他都正常。那个发完球之后，他放网，发完球之后一直打，然后后来李抓了2个，对，或者他喜欢放网，对，抓他。
这时候还是要局部啊，过了球就让给你就会打，没问题。
Good one, 20 seconds. Good one, 20 seconds.
Wonder what height that shuttle's coming down from.
11, 7. Play.
How do you get it away from him?
12, 7.
Bastian, you know how we were discussing earlier about retaining an Olympic title? I think we need to make an apology because there's a player we've forgotten. Zhang, women's singles.
Very important.
And very, very important indeed. You know, just put the record straight. I thought we needed to do that. Yeah, he is proactive. I've never really watched him in detail before, Maillot.
No, neither have I. But from what we've seen so far, it makes sense to sort of. Gaetan was formerly paired with Bastian and Kersaudy.
Yeah.
And they might be lacking a little bit of skill on the front court. But that's definitely where actually Maillot comes into the picture here.
Yeah.
Talking about the French pair. That's a good shot. So so good at following up on the attack, Siwei, because he's so fast.
Yes. Exact same thing was going through my mind.
Service over 9-14. Service over 15. 9.
Oh, look at that beautiful disguise.
Hey.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, coaches approve of that, and why not?
16. 9.
17, 7.
Thing I've noticed with Siwei is that he seems to launch himself with every shot he plays.
Yeah.
It's not just the big jump from the back of the court, even the kills at the nets. Both feet seem to be off the floor. He is so desperately trying to take it as early as possible.
14, 19.
Quite easy for the Junhui and Zhang Siwei to penetrate the French defense.
19, 14.
That's not the way to do it.
No. But isn't that a wonderful example of Siwei and how he just takes it early and pounces?
Jumps out to it.
Yes.
So the key factor is to get it below the tape.
19, 14.
Because he's sort of pouncing on everything that's above the tape.
Yeah.
This is so fast, and he also got these deceptive drop shots that are working so well. And they feel like they're in a storm. Kersaudy and Mayo.
Only 11 minutes, and we're at game point opportunities. Yeah, opening game. A little over 11 minutes.
Won by China. 21-9.
21-9. Extraordinary opening game when we Chinese combination.
Keep working, okay? Yeah. A lot of good things here. A lot of good things. Be careful on not going into the pushing game and play with speed. Okay? And on the third shot, or mid-court in general, we can play the lift, even though we're in a good position. We can play the lift because they're coming forward. Okay? Don't be afraid of the lift. Okay? Yeah. Receives in the sides, or the short one. Okay? Yeah. Well, yeah. Keep staying high, keep believing, yeah? Good. You're doing good, guys, yeah?
Very, very positive talk, isn't it? I mean, they've just lost the opening game. 21-9, 11 minutes, and the coaches are saying there's some good things. There are good things there. Keeping it positive, that's good to hear. Because, of course, most of us as players, I mean, I can remember one of my very early coaches. I lost a match 11 love. That's how long ago it was, because we had the old scoring. And he said, "No, what did you do right?" And I said, "I didn't do anything right. I didn't win any points." And he said, "No, you were wrong, Jill." He said, "That cross court we've been practicing, that worked really well."
Yeah, exactly.
But there's a big gap at the moment, isn't there?
there is, and there wasn't any examples on what they did well.
No.
Because they were hard to find. But I somehow agree with Jesper and Peter that they actually they did many good things. They had a lot of speed and they moved the rackets quickly. Unfortunately, the Chinese moved them even quicker. So I pretty much like the suggestions that they came with, that sometimes you actually have to lift because they're coming forward. And the receiving to the side, especially when this guy is serving here, that's it. But easy. Make sure to keep the attack. They're a little bit too eager, the French pair, when they have the attack. A drop shot is not a crime. And then also the advice not to go into flat pushes with the Chinese pair. So that was right. The problem about lifting here is that they're lifting with the drift, so that could be difficult. This is from that position that they need to score the points. Well played. So I guess if you get the right timing on the lifts, like Jesper was talking about, lifting from a good position, you could see Zhang Siwei taking some chances that might not be good to take. The wild chances. That's another thing. What about our defense? What are we going to do? Because eventually we're going to lift the Chinese pair.
So what should they be doing, in your opinion?
I think they should step forward one step, and at least one step, and say, okay, whether they win it 2 shots from now or on this shot doesn't really matter. The thing is, we need to turn some defenses around.
Yeah. So take the chance.
Take the chance. Challenge.
Yeah. Because if you ham back, then the only thing you can do is
just prevent or prolong the inevitable.
Yeah.
They haven't turned any defenses around.
No.
And your only hope is that they make a mistake. And they simply don't make enough mistake, these 2 young Chinese players, because they're brilliant and they're probably quite a bit too strong for the French pair in this match. But enjoyable match to watch.
Serve 2-4. Serve 5-2.
That one, he seemed to have both feet off the floor as he killed it.
He's probably been used to doing that from quite a young age, because he's not that tall now, and he must have been even shorter when he was younger. So.
But he's not particularly short. He's 174. No. That's 5'8.5". But it's just when you play with such a tall partner.
Yeah.
Makes you look smaller. I know that's Conrad. Doesn't look very tall, and he's over 6'1".
Very decent size, but he looks small playing next to him as Colin.
Yeah.
On my right, England, represented by
and now, if I were the French team, I would try to take a little bit of extra time in between the rallies, take the pace out of the game, because just in a blink of an eye, they're behind 3-8. Great coverage by Junhui.
9-3.
I think it's the first time I see a match with him.
Really?
Yeah. Is his partner, his regular partner, is he as tall as well?
He is.
Yeah,
he's,
then I think I might have seen him.
Yeah, 193. So same height as Kersaudy. Wow! My goodness! Oh!
I almost feel like applauding from where we're sitting, Joe.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Look at the disguise on this. Look at that. Left stranded. Not the longest rally of the match so far. We had one at 32 shots in the opening game.
10-3.
Good flick serve. 8-point advantage.
11-3 interval.
Well.
And the whole match has taken 19 minutes so far. I'm not sure we have timing on the first part of second game, but it's been really, really quick.
Yeah. Trust your defense. Okay? Careful on not pushing too much. Okay? On the receiving, we need to go a bit faster. We need to go a bit faster hitting the sides. Okay?
Yeah.
That's working. Okay?
Of course, they are playing at a high level, okay? You have to believe that you're still doing good things.
Okay.
Yeah? So we stay
Good
up
one.
here all the way.
20 seconds. Good one. 20 seconds.
Trust your defence. Is that alluding to what you were saying in that, you know, take the chance, step up a bit?
I don't think so.
Not quite the same?
No, I think it's...
Different situation?
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah, okay.
But I like the last words. Of course, they're playing at a high level, but you have to believe that you're still doing something good yourself.
Yeah.
That's good advice.
Well, for a scratch pairing, this Chinese pair, I'm wondering if we're seeing them playing together for the first time of many in the future.
Service over for 30. Service over.
Once in a while they come up with these really good scratch pairs. I remember from 99 in the World Championship in Denmark when the Diamond Cup was played ahead of the World Championships. They suddenly came up with the coach of this match, Zhang, and his partner, also a little fellow, Eugene Houwei. And they were really, really good in that tournament as well, but never really made it in individual tournaments together. Zhang, of course, started his mixed career and sort of focused on that.
Good flick serve.
Whoa! Seven, 14.
Flick serve.
This is where my, actually both players, but in this rally, when he intercepts, he simply gives it too much speed. He doesn't block it as much as he needs to. And I mean, in the flat game, there's no doubt about that the Chinese pair, they have the upper hand.
16-7.
he's missed it.
Service over 8-16.
But a great pair to watch, Junhui and Siwei, because things are happening in that men's doubles.
Yeah.
Whoa! 9-16.
Yeah, they seem to me to have more possibilities than Li Junhui with Liu Chen. I think that Cheng Shuwei, with his speed and his anticipation on court and his creativity. Look at him in that rally. I know it was just long, but the fact that he can see the opportunity to intercept, and I therefore think as a pair, they perhaps have more potential long term.
Yeah. So when you have a player that as tall as Li Junhui, I mean, no matter how much he practices, he will never be the fastest player.
No.
So it's good to have a fast player to partner up with, to sort of cover for you. And on some occasions, it's not like that he's slow or anything, not at all. But he's just tall, and that gives him some advantages and some disadvantages. And maybe this man Zhang Siwei can cover for some of those. And one of the things that they will be met with is that stronger pairs, they will challenge. I mean, if Zhang Siwei is really good at the flat game, they will challenge the tall player in the flat game to see if he's as good as his partner. And if he isn't, then that's going to be it. And we're going to challenge the opposite combination. Zhang Siwei at the back, can you penetrate our defense? And so on. So it'll be interesting to see if they have a future together.
Match points.
Service over 20. Match point
26 minutes. Yes. 21-9, 21-11. 26 minutes of play. Oh, they were totally dominant, weren't they?
Match won by China, 21-9, 21-11.
Yeah, absolutely pouncing on anything. Well played, China. Confirmation. 21-9, 21-11. That China fall up in this group tie against France. Just the third-ranked men's singles to come. The left-handed Tian Houwei for China and Corvee of France. Well, as far as Corvee is concerned, he played third singles yesterday against Japan. Lost lost to Orishi Takashita. 21-17, 21-17, so that was a pretty good game. Tian Houwei played at second men's singles against Mexico because, as we were saying earlier, Lindan was rested for the tie China against Mexico. Steen, lovely to see Mexico making it to the Thomas Cup for the very first time. Always in the past, it's either been America or Canada that's qualified from Pan America.
Very good to see them, and I think badminton is developing a lot in the Pan American
continent.
Yeah, continent or area.
Yeah.
Both North and South America is Pan American. Yeah, they've been. I think they've been really benefiting from the Olympics being held in South America and Rio. We've seen a lot of tournament activity from both Mexican and Brazilian players, especially. A couple of Brazilians have played in the Danish league, not necessarily the first league, but played there and done well.
Yeah.
And a couple of Mexicans as well, and some are coming next year also. So it's great to see that more countries are making progress in badminton and sort of putting a program together to challenge the world top athletes.
Yeah. Mentioning going back a few years, you've already mentioned earlier today Kevin Corden. He's from Guatemala, and you know, and now, as you say, Mexico, Brazil. There's a very good young singles player from Cuba as well, young man.
Yeah, Guerrero, Oslin Guerrero.
Yeah.
Some of the Americans have progressed as well. Iris Wang has qualified for the Olympics in women's singles, and she's definitely raised her game a lot.
And for the first time ever, America has qualified players in all 5 disciplines at the Rio Olympics. That's fantastic.
And that means also that there's doubles players that have qualified sort of within the regular qualification numbers, not having to use continental qualification.
Yeah.
Paula Lynn Obanyana and Eva Lee qualified in women's doubles. So very positive signs there.
Yeah. And I mean, from a coach's point of view, you know, here we are in Group A. You've got China, who've won this Thomas Cup 9 times. You've got the defending champions, Japan, and France, maybe 4-love down in the tie, and Mexico obviously lost 5-love in their opener against China, and they lost earlier today to Japan 5-love as well. But from a coach's perspective, even if your teams lose by 5-love, the experience that can be gained from coming to a country like China and playing against the world's best. I mean, for goodness sake, 14 World Championship gold medals between the first 4 players on the list there from China, and you get an opportunity to play them. It's fabulous.
Exactly, and that's what can spur other players that, hey, I want to make the national team, and we're going to make it to the Thomas Cup. That's my first goal. And then suddenly you find out that whoa, I really have talent for something more. And also, I think a lot of credit to the promotion of badminton through the internet. It's possible for many more players to watch top-level badminton through internet sources, so that you can actually see top-level badminton.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's done at the expense that they have to listen to us, but they have to put up with that. There's still a lot of inspiration compared to when I was younger and trying to watch badminton. It was something like you would be really lucky if you could watch the All England, and that was it. Otherwise, you had to come out to the hall. So, also used for educational purposes. The BWF, they have a number of exercises and explanations on their website and so on. So it's much more available throughout the world, and I think in 10, 15 years we'll see the benefits of that.
Absolutely, and I know that the BWF, the Badminton World Federation, have initiated this shuttle time scheme where they educate the school teachers, the PE teachers, and get people playing our wonderful sport from a young age in school. And that's been a huge success. And that's generating more and more interest and more people playing. And you're right, I mean, of course, this is the high-profile event, the Thomas and Huber Cup, top 16 teams in the world, taking into account continental representation as well. And now we're an Olympic sport. I mean, the sport and the news about the sport, you're right, the internet has made a big difference, but also I think there's been a lot of hard work that's gone into spreading the word about badminton.
Exactly, and it's focused and dedicated work. It's not just sort of spread randomly over the place. It's dedicated, and there's a plan with it.
Yeah.
One thing I think might be a good idea to think about is when we play these Thomas Cups, Huber Cups, and we go to the quarterfinals, that's fine. It would be really, really nice to play some kinds of consolation cup. Maybe not in this stadium, but somewhere near, for the 8 teams that don't qualify for the quarterfinals. They would benefit immensely from that, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, here come the players for our 5th and final match within this Houwei tie. Left-handed Tian Houwei for China and Corvee for France. Now, Corvee is a tall man as well. 192.
And we've had a bit of time between the men's doubles and this match. I wonder if it went too fast, so they weren't really ready to go on court.
Possibly.
France.
Well, the left-hander from China says he wants to start this near side of the court as we look down. Started the year so well, did Tian Houwei, reaching the final of the very first Super Series event of the year, the All England Championships. Losing out to the man we watched at second men's singles, Dan, of course, in that All England final in Birmingham. 24 years of age, from Fuzhou in Fujian province. And of course, Fuzhou is where we play the China Premier Super Series event. Corvee, well, he's going to turn 23 next month, and he was born in Alencon, in Normandy. Ah, now they've got him down as 189. My stats had him down as 192. Either he shrunk or I've got my facts wrong. I suspect the latter. Well, this will be the second meeting between the two players. First time they met was in the very first round of the Swiss Grand Prix Gold in 2014. And I got that fact wrong as well, because of course, as a Grand Prix Gold, they have the round of last 64, don't they? So in fact, it was the round of last 32, which means it's the second round. But as you saw, it was Tian Houwei that won through in 2 straight games. Oh, Peter Gaetan's got his tracksuit top on. It is a bit chilly in here, isn't it?
Indeed it is.
Yeah, well, I've got 2 jumpers on.
We've got a couple of layers on here.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the right, China, represented by Tian, Houwei. On my left, France, represented by Corvee. France to serve. Labar. Play.
So France in the form of Luca Corvee. Last chance for France to pick up a point. Tall order, has to be said. And that actually, I mean, we've talked about the tall players in the men's doubles team. Apart from Victor Axelsen, yeah, you think of anybody? Well, it depends whether I've got my facts straight, really, on how tall Corvee is.
He looks about the size of Victor Axelsen.
Yeah, I thought so. And that's over. That's Victor's 193, is he?
Yeah, 93 or 94.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. With or without shoes. and depends on the hairdo as well.
Yeah. And that's clever by the left-hander, making the tall man move the full diagonal of the court, making him twist and turn and get down low.
Yeah, I think the lesson from this, and also we see tall people in the doubles, we see short people in the doubles as well,
yeah.
is that there might be some heights that are overrepresented, but none is excluded.
No, exactly. And
so you just have to find your own way so that you make the most of your physical stature.
Yeah, and isn't that one of the beauties of badminton? Because, yes, a tall athlete can get steeper angles on their overhead shots, but they struggle to get down low when they're made to twist and turn. The shorter player is very good at retrieving shuttles, but perhaps can't hit so many winners.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you think of tennis players now, men's singles tennis players, it's very, very rare to find a men's singles top 50 player under 6 foot.
Yeah.
You know, there's become a definite body shape for a tennis player, whereas, you know, there's, as you say, advantages and disadvantages for the taller athlete or shorter athlete in badminton, and it makes it so much more interesting.
The only one I can think of tennis players that weren't that tall was Michael Chen.
That's right.
It's like that style of tennis has sort of a little bit died out.
Yeah. What tournament did he keep winning?
The French.
Yeah.
The slowest
exactly
surface, because
he's retrieving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He made an underhand serve, I think, when he won it. Wasn't that him?
Yes, I think you're right. I certainly remember the Swiss miss, Martina Hingis, at match point down against Steffi Graf in the French Open final, doing an underarm serve. Left the court in tears after she lost. Was that against Lendl when he did the underarm serve?
I can't remember.
No. Yeah. And you see that defensive shot from Corvee on his forehand side, because he didn't get down low in that lunge position and just almost seemed to lean towards the shot, seeing his opponent. But that's why he struggled to control the...
Yeah, unprecise.
Yeah.
He's really improved, Chen Houwei.
Yeah.
We've seen him as an aspiring talent the last 2 or 3 years, but Actually, I didn't really count him in on the players that could win the big tournaments, but you would definitely have to put him in there now because he's improved a lot. We saw that at Ronan in the first tournaments of this year that everything is put together much better now. Together with his compatriot Zhang, who unfortunately got injured. But, they really impressed me at the All England, those two players.
Over. 7, 16.
Over. 9-3.
That's gone with the drift, taken along with the back line.
There was the steepness and power, which made it difficult for Chen Houwei to control his defensive shot.
Serves over. 10-5.
Yeah, it's interesting what you've just been talking about, Steen, because Tian Houwei, we knew he had got talent when he won the World Junior Championships in Malaysia of 2009. But then he seemed to sort of be in the wilderness a little bit, which I don't know whether that was just maturing into senior badminton. I mean, we were talking in the last match about the doubles player, Siwei, and how he's just gone straight from junior badminton into wonderful results in senior badminton. But I guess perhaps maybe a little bit different in singles, is it? Or not really? There's no logical reason why it should be any different.
Yeah, I think so. I think, no, perhaps you're right, there's no logical reason. But in singles, you need to have a stronger lower body. Your legs needs to be really, really strong. Whereas in doubles, it's the upper body that needs to be really, really strong. You need to have a really good defense, which is made mainly by the forearm and some smashes, which are the shoulder and the abdominals and the back and so on. But that's what I think. I think Chen Houwei now, his legs this year looks more like a grown-up person's legs, whereas the other years they've looked a little bit like a junior's.
Yeah. Totally agree. Well, I don't think we have any chance of hearing what Peter Gaetan is saying because unless there's an on-court microphone.
Yeah, it was an on-court microphone, I think, because I picked up that he was playing way too short.
Okay.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Yeah, makes sense. He's playing up against the drift, so plays too short. And yeah, interesting to hear next year whether Peter and Jesper will be coaching in French. I think personally that they need to be coaching in French because if you put in an in-between language, I mean, there's too many things that go missing.
Get lost in translation.
Yes. On the other hand, I mean, if both players and coaches speak a lot better English than the coaches speak the native language, then it might be beneficiary compared to hearing some kind of circus French.
Yeah. Now, is that an itch on his back, or did he hurt his back?
Yeah.
Eight.
Good control by Chen Houwei.
Yeah.
I know we've seen a couple matches here, and we know that's not easy to control from the near side of the court, that push.
That's magnificent control as well.
15, 8.
I was just thinking, has Corvee, has he left anyone on the baseline? And maybe he has, while we were discussing Michael Zhang and so on. I just hadn't noticed in the first one he left. Here is totally on the line. That was too short again.
Just long. There's a challenge here from Tian Houwei.
China challenge, called out.
And I think he challenged on the reluctancy.
Crikey, that was close. That was worth a challenge.
I think he challenged mainly on the reluctancy of the linesman.
Yeah, slightly hesitant. I agree with you. And players like a definite decision. Whisker. No, it was worth a challenge, definitely.
Serves over 9,
mighty
15.
close.
China, one challenge remaining. Play.
The backhand. Backhand was short from this man.
Over.
Chinese coaches in the picture here, and well, Peter Gaetan is showing with his arms how much short Corvee was playing on that rally, and I don't think Peter has long enough arms to show it in real length. Yeah.
Goodness me.
He's struggling a bit finding the correct length.
17.
And it can be difficult because, I mean, the shuttle arrives in his part of the court a bit faster than he's used to, so he needs to speed up his hitting movement. Who's playing player? He just seems really confident, Chen Houwei, because he normally you would expect him to attack a little bit more on this side here, but he doesn't. He's just finding the court, finding the lines.
It's another good length rally, but it's not the longest of the match so far. That was 38.
13, 17. Out. 18, 13. That's over. 14, 18.
Good attack. Lucas Corvee.
15, 18.
Very careful there at the net.
It's difficult, as you said earlier, Steve, the angle we're looking at the court. I wondered if that might have been going wide.
Thank you. $19, 15.
Good attack again.
16, 19.
Oh, my goodness. How on earth did he get that back? Oh, and again, off the body. That's incredible for those long levers, those long arms.
Good rally.
So shots. Quite clearly the longest rally of the match so far.
The 58 shots, that would be classified as the service situation in this women's doubles match, who broke the record for longest match in history. 2 hours and 40-something minutes.
41 minutes, yeah.
58 shots, that's just a service situation for that match.
16.
So you've got to be tough to play women's doubles,
Yeah.
Steen, that's the thing.
A marathon is less than 2 hours and 41 minutes.
Yeah.
It's just around
Not
2
the
hours,
way I run them.
Oh.
Serves over.
Dear me.
17,
So
20.
on your first game point opportunity. It's gone long. 21-17.
First game won by China, 21-17.
23 minutes for that opening game. Tian and Houwei looking comfortable.
Push him on the back. High left, straight left. Don't play this backhand all the time. It's fine. It's forehand. It's fine. Play his forehand all the time.
观众朋友们，精彩的比赛还在继续，感谢大家对汤尤飞线上互动的支持。大家把自己在现场的感受发到了大屏幕上，让参赛队员感受到了大家的热情。现在是回馈大家的时间，我们要抽取今天的汤尤飞互动奖品。所有参加过微信上墙的朋友们都有机会得到这份幸运。首先，我们要抽出的是3等奖。 羽毛球钥匙扣3个，让我们一起来关注大屏幕，看哪3位朋友有机会获得这份幸运。好的，观众朋友们，我们现在看到大屏幕上已经出现了3位幸运朋友的这个用户头像跟昵称。 好的，恭喜3位获得了羽毛球钥匙扣。接下来我们要抽出的是2等奖。好的，观众朋友们，我们赛后继续为大家送上幸运，谢谢各位。
Second game. Love all. Play. One block.
Very nice.
2 block.
Same sort of lovely disguised angle that we saw earlier in the day from the other left-hander, Lindan.
Three block. Block.
Just seemed a little bit off balance as he went for that smash there. Look at Corvee.
Yeah, he's not really found himself yet in this second game.
That's how we have to play. Yeah? Come on.
Let's see if we can spot shots from Houwei that spells trouble for Chen Houwei. I didn't see any shot in that rally that sort of posed any threat to Chen Houwei.
Was that partly because he spent a lot of the rally reacting to what the left-hander was throwing at him rather than taking the initiative, or is it just that, you know, perhaps he hasn't got the, you know...
Perhaps he hasn't got the weapons.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, that's what he should think of when he comes home and watches this on video and say, hey, how are you going to make life difficult for your opponent?
Yeah.
And if you can't really see that, then you got to work on it. You got to have some ideas, get some ideas, listen to what the coaches suggest. What do you work on technically in order to create opportunities for yourself?
Yeah.
That's a good chance for Corvee to, and also the other French players to measure themselves against top level competition. It's not European circuit tournaments. This is the best players in the world, so if you can spot shots that can make life difficult for them, then you can build your game around it. If you don't have too many, then you gotta get some.
Over.
Absolutely on the line.
8-2. France challenge. Called out.
Very quick challenge. Corvee. I think that's his first challenge of the match, isn't it? Let's have a look. No, that was out. That's out. Good call, judge. I thought we mustn't jump the gun. We'll wait for Houwei to adjudicate for us.
No, I feel like jumping the gun. I want to say it's out.
And you'd be right.
Challenge unsuccessful. 9-2. France, one challenge remaining. Play.
Well, that's called out as well.
Yeah, another challenge.
Another challenge.
Called out.
That's time from Tian Houwei. My goodness, this is keeping Hawkeye busy. was definitely out. No, no, I'm not even going to wait for Hawkeye. That was clearly out.
Challenge unsuccessful. Serves over 3-9. China, 1 challenge remaining. Play.
Wow, what a change of pace.
Unbelievable.
10-3.
I always used to talk about Lin Dan and Lee Junhui and suddenly injecting pace, but my goodness me. Tian Houwei proving he can do that too. Oh, brilliant.
11-3, interval.
11-3 the advantage for the left-hander.
All right.
Yeah, that's being made to twist and turn. That's the problem for the tall athlete.
Yes. From the net, sometimes you can push him in. You can play the forehand, but not a lot. If you play it, you have to be ready. Okay? This is about discipline. Some of the clears you're hitting now is okay. They're good.
Okay, but when you push me on the far inside,
20 seconds.
Yeah, but when you put in the middle, put in between game. Okay? Hey.
It was interesting in itself that Corvee perhaps not totally buying into what Peter Gaetan was saying.
11-3.
I didn't understand what he was saying, what Corvee was arguing, so I don't really know.
Yeah, I didn't catch it all, but he said, yeah, but when I play it here, he does something in return. So he was obviously not convinced 100% by what Gaetan was saying.
There can be changes in how you feel when you're on court and,
Yeah.
and how you experience things as a coach.
And at the end of the day, you're the one on court. You've got to make your own decision.
Definitely. You gotta go with your own decision.
Had a little think about it, didn't it?
I remember once Paul Hoyer, the now president of the BWF, when he was playing the best Swedish player, Jens Olsen, and when he came out, he said, hey, I feel that Jens Olsen has moved his service returns 5-10 centimeters to one side. Okay, that's a good feeling, because as a coach you have no chance of analyzing yourself to that. That's an information you can only get from the player.
Yeah.
It's one-way traffic right now.
13-4.
This is one of the difficult situations as a coach, because I mean, you've tried to help the player as much as you can, and it's just up against better opposition. And then in the end, he can score 4 or 5, 6 points in garbage time when the match is really decided and the opponent slows down a little bit.
Yeah.
Perhaps you get some easy points, which makes it seem like, okay, it was a nice result, but actually it's like 4, 5, 6 points. That's more likely the difference in playing strength.
He's pushed it wide, but I was especially watching Tian Houwei's feet as he played that overhead shot. He wasn't even near the doubles service line.
No. It's always a very good thing to watch the feet of the players in replay to see whether the length is correct, and that's often very hard to pick up on when you're sitting in the coach's chair, because I mean, you're sitting below the head of the player, so you're sitting in a chair and not in a very good position. So quite often it's divided that one of the coaches look for things like that, while the other coach look for the more tactical perspective.
Over 16-6.
Never stayed with the shot. Maybe changed his mind.
Serves over 7-17.
Body weight as he played that shot. He was still sort of falling backwards in court, wasn't he, Corvee?
Serves over 8-18.
He slices across this, creating the steepness of shot.
Looked like he was about to leave it, Houwei.
Yeah.
But decided too late.
Pace of movement and pace of shot.
And it seems easy, his footwork and so on. It doesn't seem like he's bothered in any way. Good shot. That backhand shot there. Impossible for Corvee to do anything about it. A little short himself there, Chen Houwei.
That just looks, to me, that on the head shot is really not on balance, and it's almost a desperation. Match point opportunities for Tian Houwei.
Time's over. Coach one, back to the court, please.
There, I can see the perspiration left on the court surface. Needs to be mopped up.
Thank you. Eleven, 20. Okay.
21-17, 21-12. And that completes China's tie.
Won by China.
Clean sweep.
21-17, 21-12.
21-17, 21-12 confirms Henrik Boas. Umpire 43 minutes for that one.
好的，观众朋友们，感谢各位观看今天的精彩比赛。接下来我们继续抽出汤尤杯互动奖品2等奖 LED 随身灯，是非常实用的宅男神器。
But one game within a match for France, and they should be mighty proud of that. But it will go down as 5-love victory for the former champions, China, and that means that it will be a straight playoff on Wednesday between the former champions and the defending champions to who tops Group A. So the one moment of celebration in that 5-love drubbing was Claerbout opening game against the two-time Olympic champion. Apart from that, it was China's dominance throughout. So 5-love as far as China are concerned. 3 sessions again tomorrow, and it includes Denmark against Malaysia in the Uber Cup, Korea against Malaysia in the Thomas Cup, and in the evening, China against Spain in the Uber Cup again. But of course, that concludes play for today from all of us here. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.